Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Psycho Ling, Master Maticus, The Chaucer, Eagledub, Ballin Stalin, Fosty254, Cool Doge. Welcome, welcome one and all. We are here at day 4 of the week of playing Spire 2. Nice and easy, nice and slow. We had some pretty fun runs yesterday. Reforming one, hello, hello. The ones yesterday were great. The first Regent run, we had a Giga Comet, the massive comet that we would slam down on foes, and this did most of our damage in Act 3. It was practically our only meaningful source of damage, but you know what? When you hit for 88, you hit pretty hard. And of course, we were able to pull it back with some of our, let's see, where is that card? Cosmic Indifference. Cards like that. And then we did a Necrobinder run where this was the defining card of the run. Pull from Below. Probably the first time that's happened. Of course, it was assisted, that's for sure, by the Banshee's Cry. But hey, Pull from Below was an early star. Banshee's Cry was a later addition. But this was a really fun Necrobinder run. So now we're going to be moving on to the defect. So for those who didn't catch it previously, we're going to be referencing a spreadsheet. The Slay the Spire 2 reference, exclamation mark reference. Thank you again, Drogulus, Applet, 123, and Beardy McGee. And we're going to be looking at specifically the movesets of the monsters to plan out specific turns. I thought about opening up like a combinatorics calculator as well, because there were a few like combinatorics probability questions that I asked in the last stream, where I think I gave an estimate. It was like 2 specific cards when you're drawing 4, selecting from 7, and I was like, it's probably pretty close to 25%. It's pretty close to 25%. Calculated it afterwards offline. Anyway, but we can use our intuition to just get like ballpark figures. We don't need to be super specific. And then of course we're going to be tracking our shop remove cost, relics we've seen, and our potion chance to help guide our decisions as well. And so, without further ado, we're going to keep going around the horn and go for the defect. Now the defect is kind of my favorite character. So, hope to not let the defect down. Okay, Arcane Scroll, New Leaf, and Precarious Shears. We're in the Underdogs. And let's see, what are we facing? Mama Vulin. Whale Mommy gave us a scroll. We'll see what we end up accepting. Okay. I see some routes here that I think could make some good sense. I see a route that's got like an elite, then another elite, then another elite. We like that. Or a late act shop if we're not feeling maybe up to task. Could go to an early shop for a little bit of beef as well. I like doing that. I've kind of come around to doing that. The early shop just to get like the specific nice early cards. We'll see. Obviously that route that I just outlined is certainly not set in stone. Kind of depends on what we get here. So Arcane Scroll. Whoa. That's new. That looks cool. These are mostly pretty good, huh? These rares are mostly pretty good. I think it's pretty hard for defect to go wrong just taking a random rare. We don't want it to be multicast. But most of the other ones are somewhere between fine and excellent. If we got Meteor Strike, it would be so bad. That would be bad. That would be bad. Even Signal Boost is kind of meh. So what are our other options? New Leaf, Transform a card, and Precarious Shears. Strikes are a pretty bad card for the defect, but not that much worse than on, say, Necrobinder. So transforming is pretty interesting because you can think of it as just removing a strike and then adding a random card, which is going to be better than strike. Yeah, I think the shears do too much HP damage. I agree. I think since they nerfed the shears and nerfed infinites, it's made it a bit of a harder prospect. The thing about taking the shears is that if we were to take the shears, so I don't think the shears are necessarily a mistake, because we could, like right at this initial beginning path, take the shears and then route differently. Like if we go to 3 campfires, the upgrades and rests that we can do would then let us take these 2 elite fights, and with the 2 strikes removed from the deck, could be pretty strong actually. And if we did remove 2 strikes, we could hit this early shop. I don't think it's a mistake actually. I just think that if we choose the shears, then we're not able to take this elite here. Most likely, right? I mean, this is all hand wavy here because it's really depending on what actually ends up, you know, happening in those early encounters. But that's sort of what my intuition is telling me. New Leaf is cute. Arcane Scroll is cute. I'm kind of leaning towards the shears, honestly. I know Ball and Stone literally just said it was a mistake, but I think it's a legitimately pretty good route. Because I think if the defect just simply removes the strikes, defect is in good shape. Defect is in good shape to fight the Lagavulin Matriarch, because the orbs, you know, keep doing as they do. But to scroll or the leaf, the problem with the scroll and the leaf is that we're letting the game choose our destiny, which sometimes is fine. And obviously that just happens naturally a little bit everywhere anyway. But I like the consistency of the precarious shears. And since we have access to an early campfire where we just have like the 3 easy pool fights that we're pretty reliably able to get through as the defect, I don't think it's that bad. I'm going to do it. Let's remove these 2 strikes. Trim the hair. Not that I would know anything about that. And then let's head up through the center. All right, so our first fight here is up against the Sludge Spinner. So he starts with Oil Spray, and then chooses randomly between all moves each turn, except he can't use one twice in a row. So he's going to be making us weak. That's okay. We're not doing any strikes anyway. And then it'll alternate between gaining strength and just doing medium damage attacks. Pretty straightforward enemy. So looking at what the deck is, I think we always play 2 defends, and then there's a choice between the dual cast and the strike. I think we can, let's do a little bit of math. Because what we're really asking in the determination to cast dual strike and strike, like let's compare what each one does, right? So if we play the strike, it's kind of like doing 9 damage this turn and 3 damage for infinity. So we're gonna have to create some sort of like time we think the enemy will die to determine whether we played the dual cast. Whereas dual cast is just like, do 16 damage. So in other words, the crossover point is when we do, so we'll do 9 for round 1, then 12, then 15, and then it'll be 18, right? So if it lasts 4 rounds, then we were better off doing the strike. If it lasts 3 rounds or less, or turns I should say, then we're gonna go with the dual cast. However, I feel like it's so close to a tie on the 3rd turn, it is pretty likely that we don't kill on the 3rd turn, but probably right around the 4th. And makes me lean just barely towards using the strike here. Because we removed our strikes, right? And we're going to be weak next turn, so we know next turn we're going to do defend, defend, zap. So I think I'm just going to do the strike here. And we'll see if that ends up true, right? So let's see what turn it ends up being when he actually dies. And I would guess that we're not going to lose very much hit points. It depends on the shuffler, but we might get hit once for like 4 or 5, but that's it. That's my guess. So should end pretty close to 44 hit points. So here he's gaining strength. So now here I might actually do the dual cast. Right, that's half of his health. So if I play the zap, then if we draw into the dual cast on the shuffle, then he's just dead. So I think that's worth taking 2. He's gaining strength, right? So I think this is worth taking the 2 damage. Even if we get like 2 strikes here, yeah, I was gonna say 2 strikes is also lethal. So that's a nice like break point. Okay. You would dual zap there? Good. Well, that's what we did, and I think that was correct. Potion math time. Well, it's not even really math. All we have to do, we went from 40 to 30. We're updating a number, which I guess is math. Subtracting 10 is math. Subtracting 10 is math. And here I'm thinking we'll just go with Cold Snap. This is like the perfect simple card to add to the deck right now. It's an attack. It gives block. What more can you ask for? Considering we removed our strikes, I think this is a nice strike plus. You would take ball. Since we removed the 2 strikes, I like the Cold Snap. And we got a Focus Potion, which is an excellent potion for a longer fight. Okay, so here we're gonna look at our cute little corpse slugs. Going from Whip Slash, Glomp, Gloop. Right, so multi-attack, single attack, then applying Frail. So again, I've mentioned it previously, but the idea is often to kind of look at when you think you're able to kill one, and kill one when the other is doing Frail, and then you've got 2 turns to kill him, which most early decks can just simply do. Obviously, as Defect, we lose a little bit of autonomy over that decision because dual cast is our biggest damage and it kind of just goes where it wills. So I think since this guy's going to do the Frail next turn, it is not totally unreasonable for us to sort of incidentally kill the first one. Cold Snap Double D, yeah. Cold Snap Double D, it's just a matter of deciding which one to attack. No, I think it'll be this one, because what's going to happen is this guy's going to go to the single target, this guy's going to go to the debuff, and next turn I think we're just going to do Defend, Defend, Dual Cast, but no matter what, it's not going to kill, and I think we want to try to take out this guy when this one reaches his debuff turn. So we'll take a little bit of damage here in this first round. All right, so we'll take this initial 3, but I don't think we'll take any more damage. So there is the option to strike here, right? So then we'd bring him down to 17, which isn't an unreasonable option. But could also just zap and sort of see where the lightning wants to go. Or Cold Snap, and then if we hit both there, then we're really happy. Or excuse me, Dual Cast, and if we hit both there, we're really happy. But even then, like, even if we do the 16 damage to him, we've still got to do 7, which is not a nice multiple of 6. So I think I'm actually kind of leaning towards doing a strike there. I was hoping the lightning would smack that guy in the back. So let's see if the dual cast hits him. Okay, it does. So we're going to do all our damage here. And then we've got a full turn to attack this Corpse Slug while he's doing the debuff to us. Which is important, because now he's going to attack big with extra strength. We're frail. No big deal. Still kill him. Alright, we got a Cure All. Ooh, potion chance has gone down real low now already. Down to 20%. Cold Snap, Hotfix, and Subroutine. It's probably just Hotfix. Hotfix is just a nice card. Subroutine's got better long-term upside. I feel like most of the powers for Defect are just really nice. Like, there's a lot of really good ones here. Which does make me a little bit tempted to just simply go Subroutine. Like, I think it's just that good for a long-term strategy that it might be worth grabbing now. And most of them are 1 cost 2? Yeah, yeah. But that might be a little bit greedy. I'm not sure. I wonder what the proportion of powers is compared to, right? So 20 cards, and then skills, there are 37. Attacks, there are 29. So 29, 37, and 20. I'm curious, like, for example, Silent has 28 attacks, 40 skills, 18 powers. Yeah. So Defect just has more powers, but yeah, about 27%. Yeah. Right, so 20 out of 86. I guess Biased Cog is not one that's normally accessible. Hotfix is just always nice, though. Nice with his Cold Snap. Hotfix is definitely the better short-term one, right? And I think against the Lagavulin Matriarch, Hotfix could be pretty sweet. Hotfix is very good with Frost Orbs. We're about to go to a shop. So we're going to get a little bit of like autonomy over our choice. Like we'll get good card selection in the shop. So we may have the option to like get another power. And there are some powers, like early powers, that are run altering. Bulk Up, Storm, Hailstorm, Smokestack, obviously any of the rares, Trash to Treasure. Subroutine is the non-chicken play. Subroutine is the non-chicken play. I think I like the subroutine for long-term potential. Interesting. All right, so the relics we can't afford. Pendulum, Bronze Scales, membership card. On sale even? On sale even. Yeah, Glasswork's a nice card. What's the bedbug juice box? Beetlejuice. Enemies' attacks deal 30% less damage for the next 4 turns. Is White Noise upgraded non-exhaust? No, it just goes down to 0. So yeah, with subroutine, it'll just essentially become a free random power. I don't know. This might be a little bit optimistic. We got good potions right now. We can take a passive route through the act completely at our discretion. And I think, again, the defect is some potential against the Lagavulin Matriarch to you know, to take her out without too much issue. I'm actually going to do something a little bit crazy. Have I fought the fake merchant? No, I haven't. I've never had the opportunity. I'm going to do something that might seem a little bit like, Slurgy, what are you doing? Grab another subroutine and a white noise. And we're going to try to get a bunch of card draw and really focus in on getting as many powers as possible. Card draw, block, powers. That was exactly your thought as well? I think we're both idiots. Sorry. But let's see. I don't know. This is a little bit experimental. Anyway. Sorry, I shouldn't reflect my own foolishness onto others, but you know, I don't know. All right, so we're facing this C-Punk, C-Kick, Spinning Kick, Bubble Burp. So we want to try to kill him before his second Spinning Kick, ideally. The deck is not strong right now, so that could be a slightly more difficult prospect, but we'll see. Fake Merc must be a super rare event given as much Slurgy has played. I haven't played actually like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've played a decent amount, but not nearly as much as many other people. I pretty much only have time to play it when I'm streaming it, so. I'm down with it, I promise. Okay, good. Okay, so we've got that same kind of question that I asked about the dual cast previously, of if I think it's worth it to play. Our deck is maybe like a little bit worse, actually, than when we were fighting the Sludge Spinner. Of course, the Sludge Spinner had a little more hit points than this guy. 47's a little bit lower, right? Because what did the Sludge Spinner actually have? His range is 41 to 42. Oh, I guess he was actually lower. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to do Cold Snap, Strike, and Defend, I think. And we're going to hang on to these potions. Our potion chance is really low right now. So we're going to subroutine because we're going to play the white noise anyway. Smokestack, all right. It's worthless. Okay. Yeah, we're refunded. All right, so we should be able to kill him this next turn, I'm hoping. I guess we should be able to just know. And we can. All right. Uproar, Claw, and Boost Away. I mean, Boost Away is fine. Probably just go with Boost Away. I think Boost Away is a nice one to add to the deck that is leaning towards powers, because when you kind of look at all of the random stuff that comes from powers, there's a decent amount of it that has to do with statuses. At least the 3? Yeah. So that's part of the let's try to get as many powers as possible sort of all-purpose, tick all the boxes sort of strategy. So I think I'm going to go with Boost Away. Honorable mention for Uproar, though. You know, we've removed enough strikes that Uproar can be a reasonable option to add to the deck, where we're able to add like more Uproars and stuff like that, but I think the deck just doesn't want that right now. So I'm going to go with Boost Away. And we're going to be a little bit of a coward here. Ooh, speaking of being a coward, I'm pretty happy to add to our max HP. If that means we're able to take a couple little naps. And I think we take this kind of far. This is where I'll stop. Okay, so we're gonna take a rest here. Got to bring the hit points up. So, pretty nice. Pretty nice little pile of hit points. So the deck is terrible at the moment, but we've got growth potential here, And we've got a nice buffer here with the hit points. So we can play a little more cowardly than I have in the previous runs. Ooh, the sewer clam. Take a look at what the sewer clam does. Oops, wrong one. All right, so it starts with a bunch of plating armor, and it's just going to alternate between pressurized and jet. So it'll attack for 11, then 15, then 19, then 23, etc., etc. But it always has an off turn. So let's see what white noise gives us. And our potion chance actually went back up that last fight, right? So I didn't mark it, but we're up to 30% now. So still fairly low. We're going to be using the focus potion against the Lagavulin Matriarch, especially if our deck doesn't come together nicely, which is totally fine. So then the Cure-All could be played at any time. I don't think this is that time. Okay. Okay. And we have a question. Is it worth playing the boost away to save 1 health? It actually might not be. This fight's actually going to be terrible. The game really leaned into, yeah. We're actually in a pretty bad spot in this fight, like actually. Already. Because our damage is just so slow. It's actually not good. Yeah, we'll probably end up using the Cure-All. We're definitely not using the Focus Pot. I could maybe play it now. It'll be fine to wait 1 turn. Look at all that energy. So yeah, let's play it now. Yeah, so we're able to play all this. So let's get the lightning orbs in front. Yeah, he's got the plating armor, so we want to do a bunch of damage on 1 turn. Unfortunately, the dual cast isn't here, but that's fine. Okay, so I think I'm going to block for 11. Play the dual cast and the strike. I really don't think that letting him keep power up is a very good idea. Block for 13? Well, yeah, okay. 11 plus the 2, right? I just mean 11 from cards. So let's get the lightning orb in front here. All right, this is a pretty good turn, actually. So we'll be able to kill him next turn. Okay. And hey, rewarded for using that potion. Hotfix, Rocket Punch, and Claw. I'm lightly leaning towards the Rocket Punch. My thought here is that, you know, we've got the boost away. Rocket Punch is just very strong. And it's a good upgrade. And we need things that draw through the deck. With these 2 subroutines, card draw is at an absolute premium to go along with the status generation package. So I think I like the Rocket Punch. Again, it's a nice upgrade. Plus you need damage. Plus we just need damage, right? Right? Because if we're even considering the prospect of fighting like an elite, you know, Skulking Colony, Phantasmal Gardeners, Terror Eel, you know, these elites aren't that bad for this deck right now, surprisingly. Like the Phantasmal Gardeners would just be like death without a little damage. Skulking Colony is surprisingly, like, I won't say okay, but we're not that much worse than other decks. And the Terror Eel, you know. Anyway, we need damage. Because I do want to fight Like 1 elite, at least. I'd like to fight 2, but we'll see. And so let's see. I'm gonna upgrade first, and then we're gonna take a little napski. I don't. So let's think. So what would be the reason for doing it one order versus the other? We could get an HP increasing relic, which would make rest heal us for more. We could get some sort of relic that makes us want to determine our upgrade differently. Like it could be a whetstone, which maybe would have upgraded the thing we want to upgrade anyway. There's more HP increasing relics than there are relics that would maybe influence the decision otherwise. Obviously, there's a certain amount of like relics that sort of push you in a direction, but I think the deck isn't capable of responding to that yet, for lack of a better way of kind of putting it. If you got 10, would you rather have upgraded twice or healed twice? Now, is that relic, isn't that one shop only? Yeah, so the miniature tent is a shop only relic. So we will not find that at the treasure. That we can say with confidence. All right, so we will not be getting the tent from that. No, I think let's smith here and then we'll rest at the next one, just in case we find like a fruit or something. I think that's the only influencing factor. Meal ticket. Okay. Okay, so we've got a colorless potion. Skulking Colony, Phantasmal Gardener's Terror Eel. If we were at 60 hit points, does this deck... I mean, I don't know. 60 hit points maybe still dies to the Phantasmal Gardeners, maybe not. It really depends on what the colorless potion provides us and what the white noise happens to give us. I don't know, maybe the defect is like kind of okay against the Phantasmal Gardeners. But I'm just thinking like if I'm able to fight and then take a rest immediately after, that's not totally unreasonable. You just upgrade and go to the shop. Upgrade twice and then go to the shop there. The problem is most of these upgrades don't really help us that much. Like, not really. Most of the upgrades for our cards right now are fairly meaningless, other than this Rocket Punch. I'm gonna rest and we're gonna fight the elite. If we really have to use the focus pot, we will. Okay, Skulking Colony. So I'm just gonna use the colorless pot here because I think we could use block, we could use kind of anything. Probably Equilibrium. I think Equilibrium is the play here. This will be the best one to shuffle back in as well. Pretty happy with that. Oh yeah, the spreadsheet. What am I doing? Skulking Colony. So it's going to cycle through Smash, Zoom, Inertia, and Piercing Stabs. So first he's smashing us for 13. And then attacking and block for the next turn, where he's going to attack and gain some strength, and then do a big multi-attack. It's like a damage race where you are self-limited. Right, so we're going to do these two for sure. So I think I might not do the dual cast. Right, because we're only going to be 3 shy of the sort of quota for damage here, and I think I'd rather just keep the orb. Yeah, this probably is the best elite we could have gotten, which is kind of crazy because I think it is overall the hardest. for like most decks, but this deck probably best suited against it. The nice thing about being able to retain there is it let us keep our boost away as well. So let's see. What is the line here? So we definitely want to play the boost away. That way we make Rocket Punch free when we draw it. Right, like that's just going to happen kind of no matter what. And so we got the strike and the cold snap, defends, subroutine. Don't really need to play the subroutine. But next turn, you know, he's gonna... We're probably gonna end up doing the subroutine to play the white noise, since it's in combination just gonna cost cost 1. Then it gets the subroutine out of the deck. Yeah, I'm leaning towards Cold Snap for sure. I mean, Cold Snap's gonna get played. And it might just be defend, right? We're only gonna be 2 shy of the amount of damage that we need here. Yeah, I think that's true. We just go like that. So we're over blocking, but not by too much. All right, so I'm gonna do subroutine white noise. Soon Shadow. Okay, so that's going to evoke both of these lightning orbs, which I think is fine. All right, so they do 16. We're gonna play the Rocket Punch, so we're actually gonna be able to bust through his armor. It's a little weird. Ah, and then I guess we just equilibrium. Because we just want to block a bunch next turn. Yeah, so this Dark Orb's going to get played, right? So it's going to do the requisite damage. Unless I play the Cold Snap. So could do a few different lines here. So if we played Zap and Cold Snap, we would evoke this Frost Orb, evoke the one in the back, and we could like defend. We could dual cast this front one, Cold Snap to create a fresh one in the back, which would not evoke this Dark Orb yet, which is maybe fine. So if we dual cast it and then Cold Snapped and then defend, that's going to be the most block on this turn. I think doing the most block on this turn is actually totally fine. We're only going to do 6 damage, but I think we're pretty reliably going to get to him, get the full damage before his next big multi-attack. Skulking Colony, more like Mushroom Mario. More like Mushroom Mario. So yeah, I like this line. All right, so we're only going to take 2. We're going to take, no, we're going to take none, because it does the passive first. Yes. Okay. Subroutine. Fully energy neutral. Yeah. Unfortunately, we're going to lose that Dark Orb. Okay. Will we be able to kill next turn? Yeah, so this is a turn where we're gonna maybe want to do some math. Actually, maybe not. I think the line here is kind of weird. Apples and fruits, hello, hello. I think the line here is actually going to be to do strike and equilibrium. And the reason the line is strike and equilibrium... No, I don't think so. Even if he gains the 13 block, I think being able to dual cast through it is optimistic. We'd have to get the Rocket Punch. We'd have to have the boost away. Nah, maybe that's too optimistic. No, the line's probably just equilibrium, Cold Snap. Oh, right, it's going to evoke anyway. So here's where he's powering up. But he's not going to gain extra block next turn, right? Because this is his move where he's just gaining strength to do his multi-attack. And so we have lethal next turn. So all we have to do is block through this. And then we're good. Plop. Cool. Tempest is here. Cold Snap, Tempest, Chaos. Tempest is good damage. Tempest could be like an energy sink with whatever sort of nonsense we've got going on here. Yeah, do a Tempest. Oh. Great. And War Paint. Upgraded boost away and to defend? Sure. We also gained a Touch of Insanity. So I have... Either our potion chance is either 10 or 30. Boy. And I think we've gained enough strength to maybe fight another elite. We'll do okay against either of the other two. It'll be bad, but it'll be fine. It'll be bad, but it'll be fine. So would we rather upgrade the Zap or the Tempest? Zap is something we could grab if we get things that work with 0 cost cards. So that's probably the one that's slightly more ideal than the Tempest. You'd play Zap almost every time, whereas Tempest you wouldn't. Well, but you could also view it as we would always play Tempest once we hit 0 mana. And it would be the exact same thing as an upgraded Zap. Like, literally identical. So, but I think the fact that this can, you know, interact with 0 cost stuff like All for One or whatever probably makes it slightly more optimal. But it's really narrow. It's practically the same thing. So we'll go with that one. And we'll just see how this fight goes, and we'll see if we're able to fight another elite. Ooh. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. This is a fight. This is a fight. So we're looking at the Calcified Cultist and the Sea Punk. So we got a Calcified Cultist alongside a Sea Punk. So Calcified Cultist is kind of straightforward. He's got a ritual that's smaller than other cultists, but his damage is going to keep going up, you know, and it goes up fast, right? So he gets the ritual 2, so he's going to gain strength, and so, you know, it's going to increase in increments of 2. I think his first attack must be... Is his first attack 11 or is his first attack 13? I guess I don't know if the strength applies at the end or start of his turn. Actually, I'm not even sure. And then the Sea Punk is same as we saw before, but we really want to kill him before he does a extra 2 strength spinning kick for 16. Multibrad, hello, hello. It's going all right. We've got weird stuff happening, as you do. All right, so I think we're just gonna zap. I think we want the lightning orbs in front, and then probably focus damage on the Calcified Cultist. He scales the fastest overall. We're gonna probably play the dual cast and only block for 5. Well, 7, I guess, when we consider the Frost Orb. Probably. So you're still with the spreadsheet? Yeah, that's the theme of the week. Slow play this week. I don't know, maybe I'd rather double defend. Might be able to get enough damage there. And may not be able to really meaningfully play the Tempest anyway. Okay, so he does hit for 11 first, alright. Yeah, yikes. All right, so we're gonna play the upgraded defend for sure. And so if we play Tempest for 1, it does 8 damage against a random enemy. Strike lets us focus our damage. I guess right now, maybe I don't care. Luckily, we're gonna get a turn off where the Sea Punk's not really hitting us next turn, because he's blocking and gaining strength. So I'm gonna defend Tempest. That might be wrong. That's who we wanted it to hit, so that's good. I guess I could have... No, I played that wrong. Because that was a possible outcome. Okay. Well, we could have generated some frost orbs. Or excuse me, lightning orbs. Dang. Well, c'est la vie. And we're gonna play our boost away to make that rocket punch free for whenever we maybe eventually see it. And let's put frost orbs in front. We'll just play everything. And are we able to kill? I mean, yeah. Whoa, second focus potion. Cool-headed is here. We like cool-headed a lot. This deck very much likes cool-headed. Wow. Focus potion, huh? You'd have 3 claws now if you wanted. Yeah, that's true. Time to fight the head of Grub Mob. I'm thinking about fighting this elite. We've got 107 gold, so it's not totally unreasonable to go to a shop. Not completely unreasonable anyway. But I think fighting the elite is pretty alright. Elite gets your vote. Yeah, I think I like the elite better. We'd also heal up with the meal ticket at the shop though. I think we're kind of, so the routing basically looks like the shop means we for sure get to upgrade at the campfire, whereas the elite means we almost for sure rest. So it's like a relic versus an upgrade and probably more HP. What's Touch of Insanity do? Choose a card in your hand. It's free to play this combat. It's pretty good. Is that even very good for us? No, not really. It's good in general. I mean, the focus pot's better. Upgrade Tempest might be better than Random Relic. I was actually thinking about upgrading Cool-Headed. But upgrading Tempest is... it's one of these two. No, I think I'm barely leaning towards going to shop and upgrading. I think so. Okay. What do we like here? Nothing? We kind of just like card remove. The reason we like card remove is the deck is so lean. We're practically in a position where we're able to like reliably always boost away Rocket Punch, and play cool-headed. Like, once we get rid of, so this will exhaust, this will exhaust, this will exhaust. We're looking at basically like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 total cards. And these draw. Yeah, Feral is a power. Feral is a power, and Feral is a power that will let us, you know, Rocket Punch can pull Rocket Punch. So that's a thing. So we don't dislike Feral. It's one of the powers we're less excited to see, but not opposed to seeing. I think removing a strike is slightly better, though. So Giria, Gremlin Horn, and Kifuda. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna remove a strike. So shop remove cost is up to 150. And we move on. And I would like to upgrade, and I know that Tempest might feel tempting, and it is. Kind of leaning towards the subroutine, or cool-headed. Just because I think with these subroutines and stuff, we want to just get through the deck as fast as possible. And I think that's already true. And will become even more true as time goes on. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so let's fight Mama Vool. Let's take a look on the spreadsheet. See what she does. So she starts out sleeping, and then she just does slash disembowel /2 soul siphon. So just like her offspring, does some attacks, only this time she's got a multi-attack. Stuff that gives her block, unlike her children, who can never block. And then applies -2 strength, -2 dex. We kind of don't care about that much. We care about the dex, I guess. So we're going to use at least one focus pot. Let's see what white noise gives us first. All right. Yeah. So if I were to channel this lightning, I'm thinking about the order for focus pot. I think I don't use the focus pot yet. I mean, I guess I don't. Do I want the frost orb or the lightning orb in front? I guess I maybe don't care. Maybe don't care. I think I just end turn. We will use the focus pot, but not yet. We'll let her keep sleeping. Play the subroutine to get rid of it. And we just passed the turn. We're not going to play the Tempest. So we'll drink a focus pot, play the subroutine, and then start blasting. And I'm actually going to play the boost away because I want the Rocket Punch to be free. So we're going to play this every time we see it. So let's see if we can find the Rocket Punch. Of course not. And let's see. So dual cast and Tempest, if we do both, like if we just did Tempest, it would evoke a Frost Orb. If we do dual cast then Tempest, it does not evoke the Frost Orb. If we only had Lightning Orbs, they'd be equivalent. We're pretty close to full blocking, but I'm kind of keen to actually full block. by just playing the Tempest. So no dual cast here. Okay, so I'm going to do defend, defend, cold snap. Okay, so let's boost away. Because we always want to play that, put that in the draw pile. Always play this. So his turn next is going to be her. Her turn next is going to be to try to sap our strength. Rocket Punch, come on, you can do better than this. So now we don't play the boost away because Rocket Punch is already free. Okay, and probably Cold Snap Tempest. I think so. Not quite full blocking, but gonna be harder to full block now. So always play the zap. Dual cast, see what we draw. And our Rocket Punch is already free. But... so we're blocking for 12. I think we just play boost away, defend. She's not gonna last too much longer. In fact, I think we're basically for sure gonna full heal when we meet the Ancient at the start of the next act. So, in fact, we certainly will. Signal Boost modded and Meteor Strike. It's not a cool power. Signal boost time, baby. Maybe. Yeah, so the thing is like modded is better right now because we don't have any powers to do anything. And modded will always be okay later. For the most part, anyway. I think it was upgraded draws 2 cards, right? Yeah. You have white noise at least? I mean, yeah, white noise sometimes does something. But modded really doesn't do that much. Like modded is kind of a, it's kind of a weak card. But modded is it feels kind of okay when we've got like a cold snap and a cool headed and a tempest, right? Right. The if we had glass orbs, this can kind of feel bad. But if you've got all of the other orbs, I think this feels pretty good. I'm gonna go with the modded. I think I like that better than the single boost right now. Let's see what Pale's got for us. Pale's got stuff for us. Okay. So we're going to be facing the Insatiable, my nemesis. Okay. So he gives us statuses. So there's some interesting interactions there that may end up being relevant. Our ability to fight Act 2 elites? Terrible. at least at the moment. So Goopy Defense is kind of interesting. And the appeal to me to the Goopy Defense is, again, all right, so let's say the defense have been gooped. The exhaustible things have been played. We have Strike, Zap, Dual Cast, Cold Snap, Boost Away, Rocket Punch, Tempest, Cool-Headed, and Modded. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards total. There's shenanigans you can do with Boost Away, Rocket Punch. There's some shenaniganry. Won't work in super long term, right? Because the Doormaker exists. But we've got like Compact. Is that the name of the card? Is it called Compact? Yeah. We got Compact, which also exists. Something to think about, to recognize. But we could create an infinite pretty easily. At least against other enemies. Somewhat easily. Maybe pretty easily is overstating it a little. Pale's Eye also kind of gets you there too, if you get like a particularly bad draw. But I kind of like Pale's Claw. I think giving the defense Goopy is good anyway. Right? We like making these block cards nice and chonky. And once we've played the block cards, like generally speaking with this type of deck, you know, where you've got a lot of powers and your powers are doing stuff, like whatever the powers do, you know, you want your defense to really be present at the beginning to give you as much block as possible, and you really don't rely on them that much afterwards, once you've got a bunch of powers in play. So I'm leaning towards the Pale's Claw here. And I think the deck is still pretty terrible right now though. Like, we need to find something. And we are forced to fight a bunch of elites at the end of the act. Holy bucket. Right? So no matter what, every single possible path includes at least 2 elite fights. No matter what. Well, I think I'd rather they be after the relic. So it'll probably be this route. Possibly go to a shop if we get a bunch of money. Interesting. We're gonna need to find some good powers. All right, so potion chance is reset to 40%. Let's, I guess, enter the first combat. Facing the old exoskeletons. And so the exoskeletons will do a random ability after they enrage, right? After enrage chooses randomly, yeah. After Skitter always uses Mandible. Yeah, so they use enrage and then they either go to one of these two and then always use Mandible or enrage after Mandible. So it's the cockroach quartet, not the X. Well, this is the cockroach trio. Okay, so I guess we take a bunch of damage. And I'm going to play the subroutine, I guess. Instead of the strike. We're at least going to get the opportunity to play our Goopy Defends pretty reliably. Yeah, so like this situation, so no matter what we do, it's the result is the same. So like if we dual cast first, we evoke this one twice, create one. Well, I guess no. In this case, it is different. Whereas if we do Tempest, we evoke this one once, and then we'll have 3 passive. So this, in this case, they are different. But if we were full on orb slots, these would be equivalent. I think I'd rather just have more orbs. No, probably not. Ow. Echo form. Okay, what do I want to echo? Yeah, unfortunately, the echo form is after we've played all our Goopy Defends. So the goopiness is gone. And I'm actually maybe going to double play the modded. I think I want to find that Rocket Punch. Okay. See if we can kill this one. And even if we don't, it's fine. We have so many orbs. Scrape, charge, battery, barrage. Scrape can do infinites? Can it? Is it necessary? And realistically, I think since we're not able to do infinite against Insatiable, and we're not able to execute infinites against at least one of the Act 3 bosses, I'm not overly focused on that at the moment. But yeah, Barrage not bad with modded. That's kind of what I was thinking. Barrage is often hitting for 20. The big suck's going down. The big suck's going down. I'm thinking about which one of these damage cards helps us most against, or which card, I should say, helps us most against the elites. Because the elites are what I'm afraid of right now. Because we are guaranteed to have to fight 2. And the Desicena Millipede is scary. The Entomancer is scary. And the what the hell's that thing called again? Why can I never remember the name of that enemy? Infested Prism is also scary. Yeah, I could see all... Right, exactly. All 4 of these buttons are valid here. I agree. I think all 4 buttons are totally reasonable here. If we somehow had like a Panacea, Scrape would be kind of cute. Make the subroutines and the white noise free. And Scrape is kind of cute right now anyway, because it does grab Zap, it grabs Boost Away. It grabs the Rocket Punch, assuming we've played the Boost Away. It can grab Modded, right? Like it's a pretty okay card. Think Barrage is the pick? I mean, Barrage is good too. Barrage is good. Barrage does really good damage if you've got the ability to create more orb slots, right, with Modded. It's definitely the one that does the most damage. Yeah, Barrage is a liability versus the B. We just probably can't play it. Unless we get a flat cannon, then we play it. Or like a compact. I'm gonna grab a Barrage. Alright, so now we're facing these cute little bull bugs. I got this one nerd hitting me for only 3. What a nerd. Alright, so Rock Bullbug attacks for 16, but as long as you full block, then he'll be stunned. Then we got our cute little Nectar Bullbug, who's doing just like a tiny little baby attack for 3. Don't poke the Bullbug. He attacks for 3, but then he buffs up and afterwards attacks for 19 every turn. Okay, so we're not going to be able to full block this Rock Bullbug. Let's just get a bunch of orbs out, I guess. Alright, let's attack the Nectar Bullbug. So we're gonna play the Zap. Let's see what it hits. Okay, that guy. So as long as just one lightning hits the Nectar Bullbug, we'll be able to kill it with Barrage, and this guy will be stunned. So I think I'm going to play the Goopy Defense, because this fight's going to actually end fairly fast. So I'm not going to play that White Noise quite yet. And we can play the Modded, because we're just looking for our last Goopy Defend. So I'm not gonna play this Zap? Yeah, I'm not gonna play that Zap. There's our last Goopy Defend. Okay. Hologram Cool-Headed Ball Lightning Plus. Hollow or Skip? I'm leaning towards Cool-Headed, actually. Hologram is nice long term, but I'm not too worried about Hologram for the moment. I don't think it's Hologram here. I think it's Cool-Headed or Skip. I'm leaning towards Cool-Headed. Yeah, I like a Cool-Headed here. All right. Oof. Oof. Ugh. Chomper and Tunneler. We don't like this. We don't like this. So the Chomper here is going to alternate between his He's going to start with the Screech, right? Adding the 3 dazes to the discard. And then he attacks for 18 every turn. And then we've got the Tunneler. He's going to hit us for 15 and then go underground and be a menace. And now the problem with this combat for the defect specifically, and the way our defect has been built so far, is that our damage is sort of unfocused, random. It's a bit everywhere. And so the problem with that is that we can't take him out of his little hole, which we don't like. Okay, so let's full block here, and wanted to play the boost away so we can get the rocket punch. Barrage will help. Barrage should help. So I think for now I'm going to focus damage on the Chomper. And let's play these 2 defends, since we're full blocking anyway. Yeah, Barrage is going to help a lot. So let's play the Subroutine and the White Noise, see what we get. Iteration, actually very good. That was good. Barrage. Barrage. I guess apples and fruits is like some sort of sage. Barrage will help. Rigged sequence? No kidding. Okay, so we need a lot of block here. Okay, so I'm gonna not draw cards with these 2, because we want to be able to play that Barrage. But I am gonna play the boost away, so that the Rocket Punch becomes free. Easy. Easy. So easy. Reminds me, I've got a little nephew. And for Christmas, like several years ago, I gave him a little puzzle. And it was like a wooden puzzle that was genuinely quite easy. Right? It was like maybe not like 4 pieces, but it was like 20, and you just like put them in, whatever. And we're doing the puzzle together, and he's doing all right. You know, he's putting the pieces in, he's figuring it out. But at some point I can tell he's getting like antsy and bored. And we did like maybe half the puzzle, and then he grabs it and he just like slams it on the ground. The puzzle pieces go everywhere. He says, "Too easy." And then he walked away. But that way he said, "Too easy," still just sticks in my mind. Like he was getting frustrated a little bit because he couldn't focus and then just angrily gave up. How dare you insult his intelligence? No, I mean, I saw a little bit of myself in that child, and it's not a good thing. Some things are good. Some things aren't so good. But that puzzle was too easy. All right, I think we skip here. The Gunk Up is like a little bit interesting. It's like a decent damage card. But I think I skip. Yeah, I don't think so. So far, I'm not feeling good about our Act 2 elite fights, still. Oh, no. Now it's the Exoskeleton Quartet. We're going to take so much damage in this fight. Okay. Barrage will help. Barrage will help. I think we attack this exoskeleton. And I'm not going to play... Man. Do I play the white noise? Maybe I do. Okay. You don't think the deck is terrible into this, is it? I don't know. Isn't it? I think it kind of is. Ow. 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 And so they're hitting us for 21. Oh. Okay. So the exoskeletons... This guy's gonna do the buff next turn. This guy's gonna do the single target attack. You think this fight just sucks? Not that the deck is bad for it. Yeah, I mean... This fight can suck. I'm kind of leaning towards doing the barrage on a different target, like maybe this back exoskeleton. And then just doing one of these goopy defends. I don't know, maybe I just kill this guy. Probably just kill that one. I think I'm overthinking it if I don't. Okay, let's do this. And we're gonna try to kill this one, I suppose. Okay, got there. Trash comps, hello, hello. I also hope that they go well. We have that in common. And let's play this goopy defend. So goopy defend, goopy defend. Cool. Handling it pretty well. I mean, we're really low on hit points though, is the thing. And I think all the goopy defends are played, right? Yeah. So now we just need to kill him. We use lightning. Or a rocket punch. Go for the eyes, claw, boost away. How much did you lose there? We should be able to check when we get to the next node. Fourth claw. I mean, go for the eyes is pretty alright. Like, I'm very slightly thinking about the go for the eyes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's see how much health we lost. 20. It's kind of a lot. Oh, Jesus. God, I don't want to die. I don't want to use this potion either. I don't know. I think we're gonna splat. Right. So the bullbug egg, that's the new one to take a look at. We haven't looked at yet. But always uses bite. So attacks and blocks for 8. Yeah, so we're in bad shape. So if Rocket Punch were to find a boost away, we'd at least be able to stun the bullbug in front, which would be huge. Even go for the eyes would be okay. Yeah, Rocket Punch if I go for the eyes, yeah. Roll. Well. Found her go for the eyes. Let's see what Cool-Headed draws. Okay, we have enough block. This Nectar Bullbug is going to start hitting really hard, though. I guess we'll have Barrage next turn, for sure, so we'll be able to kill him. Yeah, because we'll modded... Yeah, we'll be able to kill him for sure. So that's good. Pretty much for sure. So still have to do that. Yeah. All right, so we'll do a modded Cold Snap Barrage. And then we'll kill. Excuse me. So we can do 23 here. 29. Damn. Yeah, we gotta use the focus pot, which I really didn't want to have to be forced to do. We're gonna have to do some creative pathing, I think, after this. Are you dead without the pot? I mean, probably. Depends a little bit on Tempest. No, you're not? Are you sure there's a line? Right, go for the eyes. I'll make this guy go down to... Oh, so 10. Yeah, no, I think it's dead. Right, because we can invoke these two for 10, 12. No, yeah. Yeah, we're dead without... Right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, we would be... Yeah, we would be exactly dead. Yeah, we lose without the pot. I think we just have to use the pot. Okay, I think there's just no choice. And I kind of think that instead of Barrage, I'm actually going to do the Tempest. And we're going to evoke these two orbs. I don't know, maybe it's... Yeah, no, I think if we do that, then we don't take damage for the rest of the fight. Yeah. Okay. Skip. This looks like just a clean and clear skip to me. And, all right, so here's the deal. These routes that I've drawn, they're no longer correct. Sadly, what I think I'm going to do is we're going to route through 2 shops and heal with our meal ticket before we hit that first elite. And we're hoping for something in the shop, either shop, that can help us. Potions would work. Yeah, question marks don't betray us now. I'm feeling a little betrayed. It's not that bad. It's pretty bad. No, there's no world where I'm taking this. This sucks. These suck. They're so bad. These, we cannot take these. I'm not paying 50 for 2 curses. Absolutely no way. That's death for sure. That's long-term death. I'm leaning towards taking the remove on the strike, sleeping here. We've got good max HP, so at least the rest is restful. This is bad. Because what is so Yeah, we heal for 26 at a rest stop. Store visit with this money is not great either. No, we would be able to buy potions to win the fight. Oh yeah, for sure. It's only bad because you're in a bad position to begin with. Oh, for sure. Right? No doubt. Yeah, I mean, we'll at least have some gold there. It's true. We'll get some gold from the chest. Right? Because I think the campfire only heals for 26, so 2 shops heal for more. You'll heal for 30. I think we've got to do that. All right. All right. Goodbye, Pantograph. Goodbye, Reptile Trinket. And goodbye, Lava Land. We move on. Okay. White Star. Ooh. 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 Oh my. Oh. Oh boy. I think we have to search the nearby area. This is bad. Yeah, if we hit the Desicena Millipede, this first one is good. Surely 49 gold will pay for a potion? No. It'll pay for the very, very cheapest of common potions. Some of the time. Man, sucks. I mean, I guess at least the fire pot's better against the... I don't know. I think we're just gonna die. It's too much to ask of this deck. We're gonna pour some sparkling water. I mean, this will be good against the Desicena Millipede, and we have a good chance of that being one of the two, and we have to make it through both, so I guess. All right. Goodbye, Potion Belt. Goodbye, Book of 5 Rings. Goodbye, Ghost Seed? Is that what this is called? Ghost Seed. And we're not able to afford any of these. So if we had taken gold, we'd be able to get one of these, which could be good. I'm gonna maybe buy the charge battery, because the thing is this deck is going to end up in a position where we've played the Goopy Defense against basically all elites, and we need at least a little bit of block. I think I might have even skipped one earlier, but we need one right now, and also to help with the decay. I'm gonna pick this up. And we're probably just gonna die, unfortunately. It feels very unlikely that this will succeed, but we'll try. Okay. Desicena Millipede. So we always play the blocks. We take a bunch of damage. I don't know. We're just doomed. Which enemy makes the most sense to attack? Probably the one with the lowest hit points. Oh yeah, we've been super dead though. Okay, go for the rocket punch here. I think it makes sense to cool-headed, if nothing else, to help the barrage, because we might be able to kill with the fire pod. Okay, we played the modded. So 9 plus 2 plus 20. One short. So it probably makes the most sense to go for the eyes, the front one. Defend, charge, battery. This is at least a pretty good goopy defend, right? I mean, we're blocking for 20 here. So 24 there. Of course, we're getting hit for a bajillion. Getting hit for 32. So this will block for 4, basically. So we'll take 4. We'll take 4 if we do go for the eyes here and then defend, charge, battery. I mean, that's probably the line. Yeah, the problem is we like can't afford to take 4. Is the situation we're in. I mean, another line would be we could play the white noise. No, it's not enough damage either. No, I'm gonna do it this way. Because we have the lost wisp damage, but okay, so we'll be able to play both subroutines. Deal 16 for 2. Or 16 for 1, rather. Value. Let's see what Zap hits. Or do I want to see what Zap hits? Thinking of if I use the fire pot there. Do I want to do that? Jeez, they're attacking for so much damage. The problem, what I'm worried about is that if I do the fire pot here, do we end up in a resurrection race? Might not with the barrage in the deck. Yeah, it's cool. I did see what we draw. I'm going to play the modded. There is a not insignificant chance that we find the white noise, either via the cool-headed or on its own, which will not only be a power, but 2 energy and a kill. You don't always get it, though. So it's probably a cold snap here and then the Tempest. Or do I dual cast this? Cold snap there, then Tempest. Yeah, I think that's the play. And one of these has to hit there. Okay, it did. And this is surely lethal, right? Yeah. Okay. Rainbow Ring is good. Man. These are like the 3 rares that really suck. We're having the damnedest time just finding powers. Damnedest time just finding powers. Also, we now have the explosive ampule when we no longer have an AoE fight. Yeah, I mean, Rainbow is fine. Like, we'll grab the Rainbow. It's not... It's like... It's not a very good card. But the other 2 are, like, not great for the deck. And I don't think I want a second go for the eyes. I think just the 1 is sufficient. I would rather somehow find a way to upgrade that 1. Optimistic. Okay. Oh, Jesus. This fight is so bad. This fight is so bad. This is not good. This fight is so hard. Yeah, Excel sheet. Oh, we're probably dead in this fight. This is one of the hardest fights in this is one of the hardest hallway fights there is, actually. So what, this is the mites? Yeah. All right, so first mite starts with toxic, second mite starts with suck. Then they do toxic, bite, suck. So adding 2 toxics to the hand. And then, yeah, just a big attack and then a small attack where they gain strength. Those toxics, though, they're... This is bad. All right, so we're gonna do subroutine, cool-headed barrage. We'll at least proc the rainbow ring. I mean, I guess I'll cool-headed first, but because we might be able to subroutine something else, but yeah, okay. But we're able to full block, and we're able to at least zap to do more damage with the barrage. So my thought is we probably want to do more damage to this mite. It'll be the first one we're able to kill, most likely just because it's got lower hit points. Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna do the white noise. Smokestack? If only it worked when they made stuff. So we might end up being okay where we don't have to play the Toxics because we're just going to kill them before their turn comes. Or excuse me, before we shuffle the deck. I don't know why I said the weird thing. So Subroutine's at least 8 damage here. And we've got the Rocket Punch. Yeah, that's a little optimistic. We are going to shuffle. We've got the Explosive Ampule. So I might play... Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards... Charge Battery, Defend, Defend. Just for more energy for next turn. Unfortunately not able to get Rainbow Ring here because no attack. Charge Battery, Defend, Toxic. That's probably the safer one. I'm thinking about trying to charge up our goop. No, I think we are going to shuffle. So then if I play this one, 22... Yeah, so we can actually play this one even. See if we can find the Rocket Punch. We can. Okay, good. I'm going to dual cast and see if we hit this guy. I see. We did not. All right. So I'm not going to play the Go for the Eyes. We're going to try to find our Goopy Defends. Found him. Oh my god. We really have to play him. Okay, and that's all 4, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Glacier Plus? Okay. I mean, we grab a Glacier Plus and hell, maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough to survive this next elite fight. Honorable mention for the Focus Strike Plus. Very honorable mention. All right. Entomancer. Multi-attack, single target attack, then makes it so he increases the amount of days he creates and increases his strength. So he scales pretty fast, and our damage scales pretty slow. So, you know, what's his effect? Whenever this enemy is hit by an attack, add 1 dazed to your draw pile. So, yeah. So he's hitting us for 24 here. And we were able to full block exactly with the 2 defends. So I guess Rainbow doesn't get to get played, but man, I really want to get the Rainbow in play because I want to create a Dark Orb. I don't think it's worth taking 12 though. Actually taking 10. Yeah, actually taking 10, right. Okay, I'm actually thinking about playing the barrage for 1 here, so that we can proc our rainbow ring and not generate so many dazes. Ow. We can proc the ring again. Which I'm gonna do, which is very risky. High Glacier. I didn't know what order that would be. I kind of thought we would draw cards there, being honest. Feral, wow. Okay, well. Oh my god. Wow, that's... Oh wait, no, yeah. Incredible. Got him. Oh. Now we have to beat the Insatiable. Sir Kells, hello, hello. Man, buffer and defrag. We gotta go with the defrag. Has to be defrag. Now you upgrade a card at the next camp? Yeah, defrag all day. But the problem is, this might be too little too late. Like, our hit points are really low going into this fight. I do not have high hopes, unfortunately. I do not have high hopes for the fight against the Insatiable. This is very unlikely to succeed. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I don't even know that buffer is better for the next fight. I think we generate enough frost orbs. I don't think that's quite true. He has a lot of multi-attacks. We could consult the spreadsheet. Let's do it. But no, I think the defrag is probably actually even better for this fight anyway. So yeah, it does multi-target attack, then a big attack, then gain strength, and then just does that. Gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. I'm considering a leap. I don't think I'm gonna quite leap to taking it. But leap is worse than all your other defend cards. True, but it's a defend card. Right, so we rest here because, well, hit points. This is unlikely to succeed. We are probably going to splat here. I'm amazed we were able to make it through the boss gauntlet, but the problem with making it through the boss gauntlet here is that we took so much damage that we're just scraping by. Big suck, 2 of us enter. The sandy area, only 1 of us will leave. We brought your thing, yeah, right. We're in trouble. All right, we're at least going to be able to gain some decks. It's actually a fine opener. We're going to leave these Goopy Defends in the deck. Yeah, pretty decent turn one. Bulk up. Okay. So we're not going to be able to gain Rainbow Ring anything because we have no attacks, but could be worse. Alright, Glacier Zap, Frantic Escape. Just block for as much as we can. I'm going to cool it and see what we draw. We're probably just going to Barrage Frantic Escape unless we find the modded. Oh, actually I might Barrage Cold Snap. Yeah, I think we need the Frost Orbs up for next turn. Otherwise we're reasonably high chance of death. Okay, Boost Away's here. That helps an awful lot. So I guess we can Barrage, and probably have to. And can even charge Battery. Okay, I have to play this Frantic Escape. Pretty much for sure. Does he... Hold up. Yeah, so next turn is going to attack for... Yeah, okay. Well, what I'm wondering is if I do... Do you hang on to the stronger block since you don't need it? What does that mean? I want to get some lightning out so that we... Yeah, I don't know. We probably just can't. Because it's going to hit us real big next turn. I wish the Tempest were in hand for next turn. Maybe we can try to get the Rainbow in play. I'm going to play the Cool-Headed. Okay. So if we did play the Rainbow, use it Evoke for 6. So that would be full block. Don't need to play the Defends at all. Alright, that's exactly 24. Well, and then the extra Frost, so actually slightly more. So I think it's just Rainbow Frantic Escape. Yeah, we like being able to Frantic Escape there. Uh-oh. Are we dead? Well, it's been fun. Yeah. I was concerned about that, but I figured realistically we needed to get a little bit of damage in, so I was keen to get the Dark Orb out, even though I didn't want to get rid of the Frost Orbs, knowing you had the big attack coming up. So card rewards were ridiculously crap this run. Maybe. Maybe. Is that true? Yeah, maybe that's kind of true. We were offered 3 claws in Act 1. And there was a feral at the shop. One of the shops. Right? Yeah, this one. Had plenty of cool-headed pluses. Interestingly, I think if I'd have taken those claws and like the cool-headeds, deck might have made it through the Insatiable. When did we get all the subroutines? Right at the beginning. Right at the very beginning. I purchased one of them, to be fair. We got one early. Basically, it was like, we got the subroutine on floor 3. And I was like, let's try something. A little experimental. And then purchased a subroutine in White Noise, and then literally didn't find a single power. It really sucks that the... Let's see. Actually, I want to look at something. Kind of loose probability. Looking at the powers. Yeah, so looking at rares. So rare powers, there are 9. Rare non-powers. So 9 of them are attacks. Excuse me, 9 of them are skills. 8 of them are attacks. 9 of them are powers. Okay. No, I mean, I agree. It was ambitious. Yeah. Well, what you gonna do? Other than move on to the Ironclad, I guess. Just bought a curse, no biggie. I mean, pretty much. And it was the curse that kept on cursing. It was the curse that just kept on cursing. Okay. Let's see what Mama Wheel gives Clad Chad Van Strongman. That's right. Here in the Underdogs, facing the Soulfish. Soulfish who puts statuses into your deck. I found that I struggle with the Chad more than any other character in the current state of the beta patch of the game. But yeah, Ironclad's good versus Soulfish. We've got mechanisms to exhaust the statuses that get put into the deck. Ironclad's great at exhausting greed. Also true. I mean, you've got to think there's a little bit of overlap there too, right? We want to add exhaust cards here in Act 1 to deal with the Soulfish. So in so doing, we will have created a deck that has the tools to exhaust the greed anyway. I think that's true. We've got a shop that's pretty well positioned after we can gain a little bit of extra gold. And then we can do 2 elite fights if we're capable. Presumably we will be. And if not, we do just 1. Seems all right. Pearl time far left. That might be a little ambitious. That seems unlikely. I think I'd rather scooch up through the middle and fight the elites after the mid-act treasure chest. So let's grab this Cursed Pearl. All right, Sea Punk. Let's test our knowledge without the spreadsheet. Single target attack for 13. Multi-target attack starts out as 2x4. Then he gains 2 strength and 6 block. Eight block. Okay. Well. Okay, so here we just play the cards. And let's see. Ooh. You know, I think it might be worth taking 3. Defend, bash. And then we're guaranteed to get out of the fight with no more damage taken. I think that's true. You liked far left a lot? I don't know. That feels ambitious. 3 elites is very unlikely to be successful with 1 campfire. I think that's almost certainly never going to happen. Like, I just... Bloodletting is here. We love bloodletting. The choice is there. I mean, sure, the choice is there, but like, why even exercise the choice? I don't know. I don't see the meaningful benefit there. I'd rather hit the events before the shop. No, I think that's true. Oh my goodness. Speaking of shopping, oh, here we are. Who saw that coming? Not me. Well. Boy, purchasing a stone calendar? That feels incorrect. That's like buying a subroutine. You'd have to be an idiot to do that. No, I'm kind of thinking, yeah, I don't like calendar clad at all. Kind of thinking just like shrug breakthrough and save money for this shop. That Serpentine was on sale. It was on sale. No, I think I'm going to do shrug breakthrough and keep moving. This is just enough to make the hallway fights more efficient. On our way to the next shop. I'm not really digging what we're seeing here. I think even the card remove is questionable, and I think I'm not going to do it. We'll do a card remove at the next shop if it makes sense to do so. No, I like those two. And we'll just leave. So potion chance is up to 50%. All right, Corpse Slug. So a little test our knowledge. After the single target attack, they'll do the, so it's a 3x2 into a 9 damage attack into a apply 2 frail. So I think, looking at how they're lining up here, if we do 2 strikes here, that'll do 12 damage. So we'll be at 17. What is the... You like that the card remove is more expensive? Means you're not pressured to remove at every shop? Yeah, I like it too. I think the card remove being more expensive is really good for the game for like a lot of reasons. It's an unlikely lethal next turn. If we get bash... Well, no, I say it's unlikely, but it's like, a little better than 50%. If we do the 2 attacks here, it'll be down to 15, which would let us finish with the breakthrough and strike. And then if we do the breakthrough, then this guy will be 20. No, I think the correct thing is to attack the front one here. We're unlikely to cause him to be stunned on this next turn, but we are able to. Okay, let's draw. Ooh. Guess we probably bash. No, I think we break through strike. Yeah, we definitely break through strike. Okay. He was dead either way. Rampage, Iron Wave, setup strike. Damn, these options suck. This is where I think... I feel like as Ironclad, you look at this card selection pool and you think to yourself, these cards all suck. Right? Like, these are 3 really bad cards. Like, I hated Rampage and Spire 1. Like, I didn't even like, I don't know, I guess, like, people like playing with it. I never even found it fun. Iron Wave is serviceable? Iron Wave is serviceable. And I mean, it's probably Iron Wave over Skip, but like, it's not good. And we'll probably do Clumsy for a relic, I guess. That's how you feel about 90% of Clad's cards? Yeah. Yeah, they're just... kind of disappointing. I mean, the downside to adding the Clumsy, though, is... right now, with the energy from Bloodletting and the 2 curses, maybe that's kind of bad. Maybe I'd rather just gain the gold. We're about to go to a shop here. Yeah, I'm actually going to do this instead of that. You feel like setup strike is the definition of win more. If you're winning with setup strike, you're probably already winning without it in the first place. Yeah, setup strike is not so great. All right, so this guy does his initial attack with weaken, and then chooses randomly from his pool of big attack, attack and gain strength, and attack and lower your damage with weak. Can't repeat. Call Excel Sheety's lonely? No. We already called all the attacks out. Alright, Flame Barrier is a nice card. We're not getting any tools to deal with the Soulfish yet. So. So Calcified Cultist hits for 11, increasing by 2 every turn. And C-Punk is the same as before. We're gonna hope that next turn we have Flame Barrier for his multi-attack. And we're gonna do as much damage to the Calcified Cultist as we can. Hey. And if we block with the defend, yeah, we'll be able to kill the Calcified Cultist next turn, so. Sometimes just barely. Okay, we'll just take 2 here. Take 1. Breakthrough would have done 1 damage. Breakthrough would have done 1 damage. I didn't want to do 1 damage. Let's see. How likely are we to kill next turn? I think almost guaranteed. Yeah. But yeah, Breakthrough would have done 1 damage on that turn back there. Unrelenting, Sword Boomerang, True Grit. I mean, I guess we gotta take a True Grit. But I'm not liking what's going on here. Fasten, Mangle, another Shrug. We got some stuff here. Stampede, Mangle and Stampede is always very good. All right, so relics we're seeing here are Juzu Bracelet. How do I spell? Yeah, so Kusari Gama and the Lava Lamp. Fasten plus Relic plus Greed remove. Yeah, you can't remove the Greed. I don't know. No one's looking at Mangle. It's like one of the best cards in the game. No one like Mangle? I love Mangle. Especially Mangle with Stampede. Mangle is so good. Yeah, these relics are kind of meh. Lava Lamp is kind of insulting for the Clad with Breakthrough and Bloodletting. No, I'm thinking Mangle Stampede. So if we do Mangle Stampede Fasten, can we still card remove? Right, 144. Plus 78, plus 88, 310? Yeah, we can. Do I want the fasten? I think every time I've taken fasten, I've been happy with it. There's headbutt for that rampage. There's also headbutt for that mangle. Can't believe we don't have mangle lovers here. Mangle, extremely good card. Especially with the Stampede. You always headbutt that bad boy on top. Yeah, like I'm clicking on these two. The other actions in the store are up in the air. Can't turn away a discount? I mean, we can. We can. It's nice that we've got a bloodletting. Fasten is so much output this early. It is. Yeah, it is. I don't know. I feel like we've maybe added enough block cards though. We for sure need to remove a strike. And I'm honestly leaning towards just headbutt. I think maybe no to the fasten. Armaments? Yeah, armaments is fine. All right, we did some stuff. I don't know if it was right, but I clicked on some cards. All right. And we're gonna upgrade the armaments. I think we can do 2 elites. We've got pretty good potions for the Underdogs elites. Sturdy clamp. Sturdy clamp. It's a very good one. Thunk. A sharp pain is felt atop your head and a thought stabs into your mind. Share knowledge. Now we get a fasten? I mean, maybe. I would still take it if it were offered. I don't know. If we're of the opinion that a lot of ironclad cards kind of suck, maybe we rip the leech off. No, I'm gonna do share knowledge. We're about to go into 2 elite fights, and I'd like to have good hit points going to Soulfish. Rupture or bludgeon? Probably just bludgeon. Okay. Facing the Skulking Colony. All right, so he's gonna attack for 13. Then he's gonna attack for... oh, some other amount. Trying to test my knowledge of remembering the specific patterns. Okay, 16. So he attacks for 13, then 16. Gaining 13 block. Hitting for 11, gaining 3 strength, and then doing 8 by 2. And repeats the pattern. Okay. You hate having to pick the card with the top option? I mean, that's true. That's true. So I think it's worth taking 1 HP damage to use the breakthrough here. Let's shrug, see what we draw. True Grit. I'm gonna headbutt something. Maybe just the armaments, actually. Okay. Ooh. Next turn could hurt. We may end up using Duplicator on the Flame Pot. Seems pretty likely. Here I think we just... I don't know. I guess do a pittance of damage, but it's not good. We're going to Duplicator the flame barrier. That's good at least. Not able to play our Stampede, which is too bad. And I guess I'd rather... I mean, we play this. Do I bludgeon or bash? I guess bludgeon. Him being vulnerable next turn doesn't really matter that much. Alright, here I think we just mangle. And have lethal? Yes. Don't even need to use the breakthrough. Alright, speed potion, pair. And then this junk. This is kind of a bad card. This feels like unnecessarily weak for an uncommon. I don't know. Like, I never want to pick that card. Like, ever. Plus 7 HP, nice elite. Yeah. Yeah, went well. I think we skip. I'm gonna skip here. And then here we're gonna smith, and smith either the Stampede or the True Grit. I'm leaning towards the True Grit. Unupgraded True Grit is a pretty feels bad. Would be sick with After Image? It would be sick with After Image. I think we need True Grit upgraded and might need a rest. Quite possibly. So the Two-Tailed Rat. Okay, so... they make you... frail for 2 turns? Is that how long the debuff is? Apparently the attack for 7 and 9 are different. All right, we gotta check it. And I think there's like really weird rules when it comes to creating the rats. It's like they have to have done 2 moves. Let's see. Wow, this is a long description. All right, first rat starts randomly with Scratch, Disease, Bite, or Screech. So he's got Scratch. Second rat has the move after it. And third, the move after that. Okay. A rat cannot call for backup until it has taken 2 turns. Each rat can only call for backup once. Only one rat can call for backup in any particular turn. Call for backup can only be used 6 times total across all rats. So what triggers call for backup? If call for backup is not allowed for a rat, it picks randomly. Okay, blah, blah, blah. If call for backup is allowed for a rat, then it has a 75% chance to call for backup, and remaining 25% to do the other stuff. Okay, so there's no special one to target to prevent the call for backup in situations where it calls for that. Screech has a 3-turn cooldown. Scratch and Disease Bite cannot be used twice in a row. Okay, so it's 1 frail that it applies. All right. It's a very complicated enemy. So I think we Flame Barrier and Mangle. And we probably mangle this one and he'll die. Would be nice to farm this hallway with a Hand of Greed. That would be nice. Could maybe use a potion here, but I think I'm not going to. Alright, I'm gonna do Stampede and then True Grit the Headbutt so that we use the Breakthrough. Realizing this guy's gonna summon. It's fine. Some armaments, strike, strike, and of course we'll bludgeon the front one. Hey. Dang, still did get a potion. Probably replace the speed pot. Fiend Fire is here. Fiend Fire plus Stampede is really risky. Man, of all the times I get offered a Fiend Fire, it's when I got a fucking Stampede. Really? Oh. Man. I mean, Fiend Fire is still good, but it's so bad with this deck. Play your good cards first? Yeah, like the Mangle? I mean, it's just gonna still be the Fiend Fire, but that's not a feels good. That's a really feels bad with the Stampede. I mean, we'll play around it, but not good. All right, Terror Eel. So he attacks for 18 and then 3x4. That's his alternating pattern. And once you break him past 75%, he'll have a move off where he applies 99 vulnerable to you. Oh, but notably, on the turns when he does the 3x4 attack, he gains Vigor. Right? So the Vigor applies to the single target attack, which is interesting. So the Vigor then makes it so that it multiplies by 1.5 when you're vulnerable. So, alright, we're gonna do this and this. Gain a little extra block that hangs around because of the Sturdy Clamp. This is a good fight for a fire pot, just in general. And I'm going to defend Breakthrough Strike, I think. Plaguebird, hello, hello. Well, this turn sucks. Mangle saves the most HP. It was probably just Mangle. Okay. So I'm going to do the Bloodletting so I can play both the True Grit and the Defend. It'll be extra block that'll carry over for the next turn, realizing that Stampede is not going to hit anything. And it's only 2, but still. So 28 damage, still not enough to break him through his thing. We just do these. Okay. Alright, so now we're going to break him over his barrier. What do we want to put on top? Honestly, it might just be the armaments again. Alright, so I'm going to do Armaments Flame Barrier, and then whichever attack it picks is fine. Actually, no. Bash Bludgeon is just dead. He's just dead. I guess that's simpler. Feel No Pain is here. Feel No Pain is here. Feel No Pain does well with the Fiendfire, with the True Grit. Alright. We pick it. We've got good relics. Sturdy Clamp and Parrying Shield is really nice. No pain felt today? I don't know, I felt a lot of pain during that defect run. And we have to rest here. 13 HP is just simply not enough. But we've got a big, hefty hit point pool. Thanks, Pear. So let's take a look at what the Soulfish does. He just makes a bunch of stuff, tosses it in your deck. Fiendfire Stampede is fun. So he does Beckon, Degas, Gaze, and Fade, and then Scream in that order. Does the full thing. So 2 Beckons, 1 in your draw, 1 in your discard. 17 damage attack. A little baby attack and making another Beckon. 2 Intangible, because he's, you know, gaining it for the next turn, where he applies a Vulnerable to you. So it's kind of like he doesn't scale his damage, but his second cycle through and everyone then after does more damage. Let's shrug and see what we draw. I might just Armaments and then Strike. Yeah, scaling is just putting more Beckons in your draw pile. I mean, yeah. Distilled Chaos fairly safe to play right now. I'm gonna play it like at some point. I don't want to play the Fiendfire yet. Yeah, yeah. Look at all that block. Goodbye, Beckon. There's the Stampede. All right, so next turn is his intangible one. So let's put I don't know, what do we put on top? Yeah, I mean, I was thinking True Grit, but like, I don't know. This deck is off to a great start. The relics are good. I'm not so sure I agree with your assessment overall, but the relics are good. Well, if Fiendfire gets played, Fiendfire gets played. Nope. Okay, who's the vulnerable one now, Fish? You've had a lot of success with Stampede, Bludgeon, even in Ascension 10? Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's a big attack, isn't it? What do I want to headbutt on top? Might just be the armaments, actually. I think so. And let's overblock here for our sturdy clamp. Get mangled. Okay, so if we just headbutt the mangle or bludgeon on top, we're good. Let's kill him with the mangle. Satisfying. Get him all mangled. Ooh, let's kill him with Fiendfire. Alright. Fiendfire, Pyre, and Mangle. What about second Mangle? I'd rather have second Mangle than Fiendfire. I don't think there's room in my heart for Pyre. No, I like second Mangle. I'm good with second Mangle. Ouroboros. Don't really care for those options that Ouroboros has presented us. Pyre can be good, but depends on the deck. I don't know. I think Pyre is almost never correct. Yeah, I'm thinking we just go with the Driftwood. No, I'm thinking the reroll. Well, I don't know. Maybe random upgrades isn't terrible. The deck has grown into a kind of ugly monstrosity. We have Arma? We have one Arma. That's not... That's not sufficient. You know, people trash talking Tez Katara. This is not a good set of rewards. Re-rolling card rewards, huh? Tons of defense and strikes, your upgrades might hit him. I mean, even then, it's fine. It's whatever. Honestly, that was pretty fine set of hits. I'm fine with that. Upgraded our flame barrier, which is really good. The bludgeon. Yeah. All right. And let's see. What's our route here? Deck should be okay into all of the Act 3 elites, but not great against any of them. It's kind of my assessment. But I see a route where we could take a bunch of them. Could be interesting. Might be a little ambitious. Let's at least get to the start, and then we'll see where we want to go. Get to this, like, decision point. Yeah, likely take damage from each elite. I think that seems about right. But not terribly bad. So potion chance is back to 40%. This seems like a pretty good explosive ampule. And then we just kill this guy. That's pretty good value for that potion. So let's do the Stampede and then the True Grit here. Died from the parrying shield. Alright, potion chance down to 30%. Second Wind, Whirlwind, Pommel Strike. Do we like a Second Wind? Second Wind feels so weird on Clad now. Early to have wind? I'm not sure I understand the timing constraint. I think it's just a skip. Okay. This little bull bug with the egg, he's going to be attacking for 8 and blocking every single turn. This guy we just need to block through his initial whatever. If we do the Heart of Iron, we will be able to full block this guy's attack and make him stunned. That's probably worth doing. And then we can nearly kill that guy. Or just completely actually kill him. Okay. Goodbye, Rocky Bullbug. Rocky Bullbugga. Potion chance down to 20%. All right. Wouldn't tend to be better when you have more draw? I mean, that's true. Right, so if you have like a Dark Embrace or something, it's obviously incredibly good. I think this is a skip. We don't want these. Honorable mention for Havoc, though. We've got a lot of reasonable to play cards. I don't know, maybe the Havoc is okay. Headbutt Havoc's energy. Yeah, it's a thing. You've had rough luck with Dark Embrace? Oh man, I think Dark Embrace is still S tier. I'm gonna skip. I don't think I want the Havoc. Oh, the fake shop. What do we like at the fake shop? I like an anchor, especially with the parrying shield and the sturdy clamp. Or excuse me, anchor? I kind of like the Venerable Tea Set and the Happy Flower. Excuse me, Venerable Tea Set? Happy Flower? I think those are also pretty okay. I like both. All right. Hunter Killer. This deck probably kind of sucks against the Hunter Killer. Mostly Dark Embrace just doesn't show up. I mean, that sounds right. I might do the Dex pot against this enemy. I don't know, I guess our potion chance is terrible. Maybe we save it for the elite. Probably can. Oh, Stampede. Okay, so I'm actually gonna trigger here for the extra block. And here I think we just Bloodletting, Flame Barrier, Mangle. Or I suppose this is, so Mangle, Bloodletting, Flame Barrier is the line. Again, I want to end the fights with, or end each round with 10 extra block. Here I think I just Fiend Fire. Yeah. Mangle Iron Wave. Okay. Very clean. Bloodwall, Grapple, Inflame. Skip? This feels kind of skippy. Yeah, I just don't think the Blood Wall is quite good enough. I think it's a skip. Enchant and attack with Corrupted. Yeah. If we can find a source of card draw, Corrupted Fiendfire is one of the best ways to just like OTK. The deck is not configured to be able to do so at all. I kind of wish I'd not grabbed this Fiendfire a little bit. Could also just simply apply it to the Bludgeon. Yeah, I think the Corrupted Bludgeon is maybe better. Yeah, definitely better right now. Agreed. And transforming is fine, but I think this is just a really good option here. Okay. And we're gonna upgrade a card, and we're gonna upgrade Stampede. Giving self-damage synergy is nice too. Can be, yeah. If we find like an Inferno or something. Just gonna upgrade Stampede. Okay, I'm gonna headbutt the armaments back on top. And we'll probably end up using Fire Pot in this fight. Maybe should have done the Dex Pot and used it already. I'm not doing a very good job of slow playing. Need to slow down. I think I am going to use the Dex Pot, and I think it's not too late. Spreadsheet? Oh, spreadsheet! Okay, so let's talk about Infested Prism. So, testing our memory, testing our knowledge. Single target attack, bigger single target attack, or smaller single target attack rather, that gives block for the next turn. On the one with block for the next turn is the multi-attack. After the multi-attack is a gain block and gain strength. Boom. Better would be if I could memorize those numbers. That'll be the next test. Okay. But he just alternates between those. Alright, so we play the Stampede, and I guess whatever you choose, Stampede, I'd like you to choose the Mangle, but you can choose whatever you want. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna Flame Barrier and trigger away the defend. Should be able to kill him here, hopefully. Definitely. I guess we just play the Bludgeon. It's the only guaranteed kill, right? Well, I guess if so let's see. No, not necessarily. So if I do the strike, defend, if it hits with a Mangle, that's fine. Okay. New patch drop today? Yeah? Is that true? Doesn't look like it yet. Uppercut is here. It's one of the very few ways that Ironclad can apply weak. Yeah, another source of vulnerability is also nice. That's very true. For the bludgeon or the fiend fire or whatever. Yeah. I think an uppercut's good. Vambrace. The first time you gain block from a card each combat, double the amount gained. It's a nice one to have with a sturdy clamp and the parrying shield. Honestly, the relics here are great. It's just, you know, everything else. Okay, I'm gonna focus damage on the back one. Oh yeah, so these just alternate between 9x2, attacking for 18, and putting 3 dazes into your discard. And they're offset. They're always doing one then the other, one then the other, one then the other. That everything else had so much pain in it? Yeah, well, sometimes that's just how life is. So 12 plus 16. No, still don't have lethal. Acro became an uncommon card. Good. Good. Could use a fire pot. Blanc. All right, we'll swap to the new patch after this run. Actually, after this run, it might be too late. And do I just lose the 2 HP to end the fight? No, we can actually save HP by doing it this way. Slice the Elder. Hello, hello. Food evening. Another Feel No Pain? Kind of interesting. I'm gonna take it. I don't think we want to remove the Iron Wave Plus. Let's see what else we can pull up. Defend. Yeah, we can get rid of Defend. That's fine. I love bridges. All right, Desicena Millipede. So basically, they rotate in a group where they're always doing one of these things. That's their whole shtick. Ironclad got some self-healing at rare. Colossus uncommon. Ooh, Colossus uncommon. I like that change. Colossus feels like it should be uncommon. Okay, here I guess I'm just gonna mangle here in the center one. Gonna take a lot of damage though. Vambrace not doing us any favors. Okay. So they're attacking for 32. So let's overblock with the defend. Get the other Feel No Pain in play. Get a little more block built up on our sturdy clamp. I'm gonna Feel No Pain, True Grit the headbutt, and play the defend. Just block as much as possible. I feel like maximizing for block is correct there. All right. Well, Armaments Shrug, we are going to play the Bloodletting for sure. Okay, good. So the Bludgeon will kill whoever it hits. And this one will now die on its first attack from the Thorns. Or it'll die from the parrying shield. And I think this is lethal. Yep. Cool. Evil Eye, Breakthrough, and Howl from Beyond. Evil Eye has a plus next to it. So does Howl from Beyond. Evil Eye with the plus is pretty good. Especially if we're able to get just a little more True Grit action going. Maybe a little more card draw. Even if it's just 11 block for 1 and we don't get the full 22, that's still pretty good value. Howl Stampede is good too. It is. It is. But since we already have a couple Mangles and a Bludgeon, like and an Uppercut, like I feel like we've already got a lot of really good Stampede targets. We don't necessarily need to add another one. And it doesn't help us in our next Elite fight as much because this is going to be a single target foe. In fact, it'll be the Entomancer. Not so good against the Knowledge Demon either. I think it is, like, don't get me wrong, you're not wrong, Cycling. It's just that we already have so many good Stampede targets. We don't need to add more to the deck. Yeah. A little fish oil. I think that'll be good against the Knowledge Demon. Knowledge Demon's going to be a tough fight anyway. So is this. Oh my. Well. And weirdly enough, this is a good fight for the Bronze Scales. Spreadsheet? Actually, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I've been sort of like shaking my leg. I'll be back in one moment. Actually. Oh no, it'll, if I press BRB, it'll, well, you'll see. Okay, I'm back. Need our BRB spreadsheet scene next? Yeah. Okay. Very simple enemy. Does a multi-attack, the 3x8. Then it does a single target attack for 20. And then increases their personal hive making it go from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and that stops at 3. And if you haven't killed him by then, well, you're in trouble. But every time he upgrades his personal hive, he also gains strength. Becomes a strong boy. So we just got the 3 moves. 3 turn cycle. Let's see how we did. Let's consult the spreadsheet. Let's compare. Boom. There it is. 3 turn cycle. Okay. So I'm going to do the Stampede, Defend, and the Strike. And whatever happens here happens. Boom. That was ideal. Okay, so if we just headbutt the Bludgeon on top, he's dead. Okay, good fight. Drum Up Battle, not bad. We've got a big deck. We got 2 Feel No Pains. We need card draw. Pommel Plus could be good. Oh, I'm looking at the Drama Battle. Makes Headbutt worse? No, it makes it better. You put the specific thing you want to get rid of on top. No, I think it's Drum Up Battle here, like easy. Like this is about as perfect for Drum Up Battle as it gets. We can just click that. Is it just more card draw upgraded? Yeah. Goes to 3. Okay, here I think we need to rest. Going into the battle against the Knowledge Demon of 34 doesn't feel like a very good idea. And we're going to use the Fish Oil Potion at the start of the fight. Well. They removed Grapple? Like, removed it? Incredible. Yeah, it makes Evil Eye always hit. Yeah. Well, I guess, roll the bone, see what happens. Well, unfortunately, goodbye. Goodbye to, Uppercut. Okay, so now we can headbutt on top, something we want to get rid of. With the Drum of Battle, if we would like. And I think we probably just will. Ooh. Unless I want to play the armaments here. I guess not really. Just put a Defend on top. Okay. That turn was a given. Unfortunately, this is going to be kind of bad. And our draw is kind of where all our good stuff is. Yeah. So we just strike, strike, defend. Goodbye, Bludgeon? Hmm. Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. And we can't choose Sloth. That'll prevent our Stampede from going off meaningfully. Okay, so we'll headbutt the like strike on top. Probably game losing? I think we are still fairly close to winning this fight. It's gonna be a close fight. Still looking for a good opportunity to use the flex pot. Not really getting one. All right, we'll headbutt the defend on top. Damn, I have to trigger away our flame barrier. Well, maybe not. Maybe I just roll the bones. Flame barrier triggered away a strike, and then we just hope it plays the mangle. That's probably better. Cool. So we triggered away the bash, play the breakthrough strike. Has to be that line. And GG, he's dead? He's dead. Okay. Goodbye, Knowledge Demon. Demon form, Pact's End, and 1-2 punch. Not even close? Yeah, not really. We could have been unlucky and lost more hit points, and it could have been very close. Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably just 1-2 punch, yeah, because of the Stampede. Especially with the big cards like Mangle, Bludgeon, etc. Pact's End seems good? No. I kind of despise this card, actually. Yeah, there are a lot of multi-enemies in Act 3. That's not wrong, right? That's true. But I think a lot of the multi-enemy fights are often more block checks. And like if you're thinking about like the paper scrolls, you either need to burst them down or do a ton of block. And this doesn't help you with either because you can't play it until it's irrelevant. So I think by this one, you know, oh no! Actually, hold up. We can re-roll that. Right? This goes back to the card reward screen. Yeah, we want 1-2 punch. Okay. Pedal cheater, yeah. I meant to right click it. Anyway, we want the 1-2 punch. This will be the better card. Because it'll pair so well with Stampede. We can also do cute things like use Headbutt to put the card we want to play on top, and then put the card we want to destroy on top, and let that one get wrecked by the Drama Battle. So there's a lot of reasons to like it. Okay, the Queen and the Doormaker. Did the Doormaker get changed in the beta patch? One must imagine the Doormaker was changed again. I have to imagine it was. It did, of course it did. The Doormaker, the only constant is the Doormaker changing. Nerfed slightly. Oh, but not redesigned? Shocked. Okay. Changes debuffs? Okay. After this run, we'll take a look at it. So here, I think our choice is clear. The Diamond Diadem is just so infrequently going to be something that we can do with the Stampede in play. The Brilliant Scarf is kind of irrelevant to us. I love money. And so if I love money, I see one route that leads us through the best spending opportunities. So I think we just do that. Okay. And let's put the armaments back on top. There's no music playing, it's very eerie. There we go. Full block, very nice. All right, we're gonna do Feel No Pain Stampede, and whatever happens, happens. That was the only bad outcome. All right, so let's see what uppercut hits. Say either one is fine in this case. Plop. Flame Barrier Plus, Bloodletting, and Pommel Strike. I think we're still happy to add a Flame Barrier Plus. It's got green text. It's got the plus sign after it. It blocks for a big number. Those are all things that we like. We click the card. We click the card. So we're either going to give the Flex Potion up for a random relic, or possibly the Book of the Five Rings for 2 random relics. Now I realize that we're only 2 cards away from healing, but the route that takes us through the shops is able to be pretty passive. Anchor and Festive Popper. Okay. Battle starters, I guess. And let's see, what's the line here? Probably play the armaments for the Vambrace. Or maybe just bludgeon this guy. Probably just bludgeon that guy. Did Anchor not stack with Anchor? Yeah, so we get regular Anchor, which gives us 10, and Anchor, which gives us 4. So yeah, it stacks, right? So we're at 14. It worked. It worked. And yeah, we could do Arma Fiend Fire, right? Make sure. Yeah, okay. Still upgrades the same. So we could kill that guy. That's probably just the line. Chimeron Burgundy? Yeah. Damn it, who put a question mark on the teleprompter? Okay, and we kill him with a mangle. Second Stampede, we'll take Second Stampede. We will take Second Stampede all day, every day. And we'll just keep adding mangles to the deck. Dare me, game. I'll do it. I'll do it. Well, okay, it's... Now we're just being silly. Alright, I mean, I guess I play them both. Okay, Armaments Flame Barrier, and then we'll just see what gets played. Oh, I should have done the Flame Barrier first. I didn't realize I hadn't played one from the Vambrace. That was a mistake. I should have done the Fiendfire, or the Flame Barrier was already upgraded. So Vambrace, I should have played that first. Looks like it actually didn't matter because of the... I mean, it should have mattered, but we got lucky. And we'll put a strike on top. Okay. Ooh, aerobic acid. This is such a good potion. This potion is so good. Add a random attack, skill, and power into your hand. They're free to play this turn. This potion is like so good. Man, it feels so weird to be in Act 3 and see a bloodletting and be like, no good. It's also just really fun. Yeah, right, yeah. You never know what you'll get. But we really just need card draw, not bloodletting. We need card draw. I guess I skip. It feels weird to skip a bloodletting just because it's such a good card for the clad. But I think it's skip. We rarely use bloodletting number 1. No, I mean we usually use it when we see it. Is that even true? Yeah, it sees use. But I agree that it's not helping. Oh, speaking of card draw. We could also enchant the Fiendfire, but I kind of think we'd rather enchant a power. It could be drum. I actually think it's also not unreasonable to put it like on a Stampede or Feel No Pain. Because this will draw us enough cards in one turn that we won't have the energy to play what we're drawing necessarily. So I'm going to do it on the Stampede. Of course, that means that the drum will find a way to exhaust it. But you know, sometimes that's life. All right, this is kind of a disappointing shop, huh? We're going to be going to another one. So the Evil Eye is great. Card remove is good. But this sucks. Does Flagon work with Stampede? I'm gonna guess it does not. You gonna be the richest dead man ever? True. I mean, I could grab another Drum of Battle, but I think 2 Drum of Battles is asking for trouble. I think we just exhaust the deck before we kill the Doormaker. I mean, I guess I could grab a Molten Egg. And I guess Akabeko's fine. There's a reasonable, like an okay chance of seeing a shop in one of these too. I'm gonna go with the egg and then leave. Ekabeko Fiendfire is nice. I mean, it is, but it has to line up. And it's really not that good against the bosses. Right, it's worthless against the Doormaker for the most part. And not particularly useful against the Queen. And I'm not too worried about the hallway fights. There's literally only just the elite. I think we just save gold for the next shop. Or honestly even grab a Mind Blast, which I guess is bad against the Doormaker, but... Mind Blast is free 31 damage. I mean, it's not 31, it'll be, you know, we'll draw the 5. So it'll be, you know, 26. Well, 27. That's not terrible. It might be worth grabbing. We could get the event where we double our deck. And then the Mind Blast is awesome. It's fine. Okay. All right, Frog Knight. So this one was an interesting one to look up in the spreadsheet, and I'm glad I did. Because there's a weird mechanic with the Frog Knight. Was this reworked in the patch? Because he's weird. Where are you, Frog Knight? Frog Knight. So he alternates between Tongue Lash, Strike Down Evil for the Queen. But after for the Queen, if below half HP and Beetle Charge has not been used, uses Beetle Charge. So as long as you know, after you get him to half health, like finish him off so he doesn't get to do the Beetle Charge, he never really attacks for all that hard. But this Beetle Charge attacking for 40, it's hardcore. I'm surprised it's not called Frog Charge. Okay, whatever you decide to play. Stampede. I guess it's the beetle that's charging. I mean, I guess that's true. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Yeah, okay. All right. All right. I guess when you guys say it out loud. The frog is just sitting. Sitting is the opposite of standing. Shrug and see what we draw. So I'm gonna play the bludgeon and the headbutt, or whatever. Yeah. All right. Goodbye, little nerd. Skip. I don't think we care about these. A shop. Wow, this is some good stuff here. I mean, Cloak Clasp. Cloak Clasp is the good stuff. I don't think the mini tent is going to be something we bother with. What relic is that? That is the Razor Tooth. Every time you play an attack or skill, upgrade it. for the remainder of combat. It's all right. It's like, actually, it's not even just all right. It's like crazy good. It's just only all right with our current deck and our current situation. I'm half tempted to draw or to buy the pillage because it's card draw, and I feel like the deck wants card draw. Is that crazy? Why do you want card draw again? Because of bloodletting? We want card draw because we don't have any, kinda. Maybe the tremble too? Maybe the tremble too. Yeah. Yeah, Stampede 2, it's an... Yeah, exactly. So the Stampede is an energy power, right? So you can view the Stampedes as like, play the cards in your hand. But if you don't have the attacks in hand, Stampede does nothing. All right, I'm gonna grab the pillage and the tremble. I agree. I think the tremble's a good idea for the bosses. And then we're gonna leave. We're gonna wait for the next shop. I think I'm gonna not do that card remove. We'll do the card remove at the next one if it calls to us. But card remove is pretty low priority here. And I'm gonna upgrade. Maybe the Stampede. We always want to play it when we see it. Triple shot for Signet Ring is nice value. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Just a casual 50 block on turn 1. And I think I'm going to do the Feel No Pain Tremble defend here. We're not going to end with quite as much block as if we'd use the Flame Barrier. Rude. I guess I Fiend Fire this. Why does he have to do this much damage? We're just a little guy. Goodbye, Mangle and Bludgeon. I mean, I guess we True Grit first, and then we play the Fiend Fire, because it's more block. Yeah. And I'm going to Evil Eye Strike, and then we'll play the Mangle with the Stampede. Good lord. Deciding what I want to headbutt on top, because we can pillage and do some shenanigans. Pot? No, I don't want to. I mean, maybe the energy pot. I mean, I was kind of thinking about just putting the bloodletting on top and drawing through it into whatever happens here, which is kind of garbage. Maybe do the True Grit so we can play the Evil Eye. That probably makes the most sense. And these will both get played automatically anyway. Yeah, that's true. We do have the shop coming up. My god. What is this? What is this? This sucks. It's not a good sign when the deck kind of dies to Soul Nexus, huh? I feel like that's not a good sign. Happy Flower on 2. Cruelty? I mean, I think we choose the Cruelty. Makes the deck better? Does it make the deck good enough? I'm not sure. Oh, wish I'd have saved more money. This is the shop. Yeah, Stampede happens before Cloak Clasp. I also was clocking that. So we got a waffle, a potion belt, and we can buy a couple potions. So Flagon might work with Stampede. Flagon. Wait, what's Flagon? Scrawl? Oh, interesting. Screaming Flagon. Oh, sure, yeah. Yes, the relic that we didn't grab. Yeah, Flagon probably works with the Stampede then. I think you're probably right. Yep, 20 damage if hand is empty. To all enemies. And I love how every time the game uses the word all, it puts it in all capital letters. So the Lee's Waffle I think is good here. Since we're not able to heal up to full anyway. I think I'd like the Scrawl, but I think better than the Scrawl it's going to be potions. I think I'm going to do Lee's Waffle, Potion Belt, Stable Serum, and a Cure-All. And then I think we just die to the bosses. Yeah, Serum for a big Fiend Fire, exactly. And it's just nice against the Queen. Otherwise, anyway. Joss Paper is good here, too. I mean, these are just great relics. Just wish we had more money, because we love all these. But I like these the most. Okay. Well, here we go, I guess. We'll upgrade Cruelty, probably just Cruelty. This is the highest impact upgrade by a long shot, I think. Okay, so the real question is, which fight do we use the aerobic acid in? Other big questions we gotta ask ourselves. Actually, I have a question, and I don't know the answer to this. Let's consult the spreadsheet. My question is, when fighting the Queen, if you kill the Torch Head, okay, let's just take a minute. Okay. So Queen, you are mine, burn bright for me. Off with your head, Executioner. So it begins with puppet strings into You Are Mine. Afterwards, while Amalgam is alive, always does burn bright for me. If Amalgam dies and Intent is burn bright for me, Intent is immediately replaced with Enrage. After Amalgam dies, cycles with off with your head. Execution in rage. Okay. And then the Torch Head Amalgam begins with tackle, tackle. Afterwards, cycles Soul Beam, weak tackle, weak tackle. Oh, okay. Interesting, because, oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So it does a bigger attack than the multi-attack than small, small, multi, small, small, multi, small, small, multi. What I was kind of wondering was, if you killed the Torch Head Amalgam on the first turn, would the Queen skip You Are Mine and just not do it at all? Okay. Because, like, honestly, if we have the vulnerable pot applied, man, we do a lot of damage. Between the cruelty, bludgeon, and mind blast, like a lot of damage. So, like, can we kill the Torch Head Amalgam? Yes. If cruelty works like I think it does, we literally can kill him. Excuse me. So then... Alright, so what does she do then? Begins with Puppet Strings, then You Are Mine. Then just does off with her execution and rage. So it's just a wimpy attack. Boy, we just kill the Amalgam then. This is crazy. I've never done this, and I want to see how this goes. Okay, so she'll still do You Are Mine. And then, yeah, she just goes right into this. All right. Neat. So now we need to find some block. Could play the Flame Barrier here. So the docks are wrong? No, this is right. Right, she's now gone into Off With Your Head. And then she'll do Execution and then Enrage. And she'll just cycle those. I think the docs are right. This matches what I was expecting. I really want to play the Stampede, but I probably should play the Flame Barrier. Yeah, this is going great. Okay, goodbye Flame Barrier. Let's pillage and see what we find. Okay, so play the Iron Wave. Excuse me, the... shoot, what is this? Evil Eye. Evil Eye. And then Iron Wave, and then we'll just... Whatever Stampede decides to play is fine with me. Okay, could have picked one of the other two, but... Oh, God. Next turn looks like hot garbage, doesn't it? So we can 1-2 punch, as previously described. Oh, no, we can't. So I think if you 1-2 punch, I think Headbutt will not play the extra time. I think that's true. I think it only plays just once. We can test it to make sure. The downside is that we can test it, but the problem about testing it is the first one you do is the one you want to keep, and the second one is the one you want to get rid of. But in the name of science, I'm just going to do it. Right, so this is the one we would want to keep. Which, don't want to get rid of a good card. But I think it's not going to work. So I'm just going to do it the way I'm pretty sure it's going to work. Oh, it actually worked. Well, that's disappointing. But Stampede won't play anything. Wow. Still an okay turn, actually. Like, that's nearly full block. I mean, pretty close. Okay, goodbye, pillage. It's a pretty thin little Mind Blast. by 5? Doesn't that seem excessive? What? Doesn't that seem like a little bit much, Queen? I mean, should we really be attacking for 60? Slurgy mansplaining to the queen her potential. True. Do I just shrug to try to get Mangle? Or do I Flame Barrier? You killed her man, she's mad? I mean, fair enough. Okay, so, yeah, alright. Okay, so we just 1-2 punch. Oh, right, it won't. For some reason in my head, I'm like, yeah, it'll replay the... I'm an idiot. Okay. All right, let's just kill her. Let's get out of here. I was thinking it would still play the ones when they're bound. Because there's something that works on the bound cards, or there's a different mechanic that Stampede works on that it feels like it shouldn't, that's like bound. I'm trying to think of what that is. There's some reason why I always want to think that'll work. Anyway. Doormaker. You stampeded the bash? Yeah. I stampeded the bash. I didn't mean to stampede the bash, but that's not what I'm talking about. No, wait, what? No, I didn't stampede the bash. I played the bash. Yeah, I 1-2 punch the bash. And I think I don't play the Drum of Battle here. And I'll probably play the Aerobic Acid at the start of next turn. Unless I want to retain this. I might, but maybe not necessarily now. I'm a little worried that we might accidentally run out of cards. That's why I don't want to play the drama battle. No, I think I just end turn. Okay. You believe in the potion? I believe in the potion too. Barricade. I'm gonna Flame Barrier, Pillage, and play the Stable Serum. Cruelty. Oh, Fiendfire, don't play here. Serum is nice. Yeah, Serum is nice here. Well, I guess if Fiendfire gets played, Fiendfire gets played. Okay. We really want him to be vulnerable here. Well. I guess we just Armaments Tremble. Barricade is probably game winning. Yeah, I think Barricade was definitely game winning. Yeah, Barricade does indeed have this. And on top, we want to put... I don't know. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we're kind of low on cards. Mind Blast? I mean, I guess, but... Where'd all the good cards go? They got played. I think I'm just gonna put the Uppercut on top, actually, maybe. Maybe a Mind Blast. Probably Mind Blast. Do we lose this? I'm not going to play the Flame Barrier here. Or am I? But the good cards, they got Fiend Fired, is what happened. I don't know. I mean, he does do the strength sapping, and we I don't know. I actually lose this. Just gonna play these. Yeah, it's looking a little tight. Okay, so for next turn, what do we want to put on top? I guess Mind Blast, because it's free, but boy. We're going to be able to 1-2 punch whatever it is. Or 1-2 punch something. I guess Breakthrough. going to be the highest damage. Yeah, so 1-2 punch, breakthrough, and then mind blast. Okay, we got him. We got him. Easy. What, were you nerds worried? I wasn't worried. Okay. Not even close. Yeah, not even close. Not even close. Cursed to fight forever, aren't you? Architect, arch, enemy. Do you even know your name? Splat. Yeah, Barricade was... If it weren't for Barricade, we'd be dead. 100%. Barricade was the... I mean, it's possible maybe like a... Demon form could have also done it, but probably not. I think it pretty much had to be Barricade. Rothgar57, thank you for the Prime sub. Very much appreciated. All right, so let's take a look at the patch notes together. New door maker, so rough for Ironclad in general. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna relaunch the game, letting it patch. And then we'll look at the patch notes in-game, because it's a nice interface. Patch notes are a little slim. Well, that's probably good. Okay. Most notable are Ironclad changes and the new Niao bonuses. All right. Little preview, little spoiler. Hey, Slayers. Casey here. This week's beta patch brings 2 major changes to how scoring works for the daily leaderboards. Okay, I don't care about any of that. Now let's look at the rest of the updates, including updated art, some reworks and balance changes, a new Ironclad card, and new Niao relics. One of which may be very familiar to seasoned Slayers. All right, Slayers is growing on me. All right. Content and balance. Hey everyone, Anthony here. This week I will be grouping balance and content changes together to better talk about how each section changes overall. Ancients. Added new Niao relics. Niao's bones. Upon pickup, gain 2 random Niao relics. Add 1 random curse to your deck. Oh, so it's like... Whoa. So Niao's relics are like the things that... Okay, whoa, that's wild. Okay. So it's like pick 2 if you don't like your options that are presented to you, but you get a curse. It's probably pretty strong. File holster. Upon pickup, gain 1 potion slot and procure 2 random potions. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. That's very nice. That's really nice. Okay. Winged boots. You may ignore paths when choosing the next rooms to travel to 3 times. Winged boots is back, and winged boots is a Niao bonus? Whoa. I don't think I'll end up using that much. But it's cool. You'll get it occasionally from bones. Right, yeah, you'll get everything occasionally from bones. Okay. All right, so we have 3 new Niao options you can choose from. I especially like adding more variety to Niao, so we will be looking to expand her set of relics even more over time. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Ironclad. Added new Ironclad card. Not yet. Rare skill, cost of 2. Heals 10, 13 when upgraded, HP, exhaust. Okay. So we get a exhaustible skill that is kind of like self-repair, but more expensive. At rare. It's probably fine. And immediate, and immediate, and immediate. Certainly it'll be a good card for sending Ironclad through hallway fights to kind of heal from them if you're feeling reasonably strong. I do like that. It seems good. It's probably going to be a little bit underwhelming at rare just because it doesn't do that much, but seems good. I like that they're leaning into the damage race playstyle. I mean, I do too, actually. Yeah, it's obviously crazy with the remove exhaust thing, but lots of things are. So, and yeah, 2 energy is a little tough. All right, deprecated grapple card. That's very funny. The funny thing is that I was literally earlier in the stream talking about how like I don't like this card. And then Colossus is moved from rare to uncommon. That's actually pretty good. And that means that in certain runs, you're able to get multiple Colossuses, Colosseums. Anyway, it's like a nice card to go with the vulnerable package. All right, let's read what he says. This set of changes is directly aimed at improving Ironclad survivability in a big way. Colossus moving from uncommon pool helps lessen the need for rare defensive options and should also help Ironclad players that are missing out on weak. Yeah, that's a big... Honestly, that's the thing, is all Colossus really does is make it so that vulnerable is also weak. Basically. To make room for an uncommon Colossus, an existing uncommon had to be cut. Grapple was too low impact. No shit. And redundant with Juggernaut, so it made the most sense to cut. Not yet gives the Ironclad a much needed healing option. Okay, cool. Silent. Changed acrobatics card, rarity increased from common to uncommon. Good. I think that's good. Reworked follow through. Okay. So it's now uncommon attack, cost 1. Okay, that part's all the same. Deals 6 to 8 damage, 6, 8, 1 upgraded damage to all enemies. Okay, that's the same. If the last card you played was a skill, apply 1 or 2. If upgraded, weak to all enemies into... Okay, all right. I was like, it's unchanged. So that's what it used to be. It is now common attack, deal cost 1. Deals a bit more damage. But to a single target. Okay, if you have 5 or more other cards in hand, it's an additional time. Oh. Okay, so it kind of sucks now. I mean, it's very efficient if you have 5 or more cards in hand, but that's become a pretty weak card. Buffed Memento Mori card, base damage increased. Okay, yeah, Memento Mori could use a little help. Buffed Speedster. Alright, that's more reasonable. I like the change to Speedster, especially if they're going to make acrobatics go to uncommon. Because I feel like Speedster went from overpowered to unpickable very quickly. But this seems good, right? So the damage unupgraded is still 2, but it just doesn't increase to 3, gains an 8 when upgraded. I like that. Yeah, it was pretty terrible at 1 damage, right? Like, you would never take that unless your deck happened to have like a bunch of calculated gambles, I guess. In which case, you're probably in good shape. All All right, acrobatics has consistently been a problem as a common, completely diminishing both win rates and pick, dominating both win rates and pick rates. Yeah. When compared to the other cards in this family, Skim, Parse, Glimmer, and Burning Pact, it stood out as the only common. Oh, that's true. Skim, Parse, yeah, okay, right. At uncommon, I expect it to still dominate pick rates, while giving me the breathing room to not overly nerf sly cards, and in fact, maybe even give silent buffs. I will be watching to see how this change impacts our pool in particular this week. This is still an experiment, so it could be reverted if this change ultimately ends up being worse for the game. I kind of hate that he feels like he has to say this, because people overreact. But I agree. I think this seems like a good change to me. At least on face value. So, all right. All right, Regent. Changed the Regalite Relic. Now grants block for any card created, not just colorless cards. Okay. Metamorphosis can now give you block. Okay. This change makes Regalite consistent with Arsenal and gives love to Regent's status generating cards. Oh, I suppose, yeah. Yeah, that's good. It's kind of a narrow thing, but okay. Enemies. Deprecated Tunneling Twosome. Fight from Hive. Tunneling Twosome. Let's consult the spreadsheet. How's the Tunneling Twosome? Oh, is that the Tunneler plus the Chomper? Must be. That's the Mites? I'm guessing it's the Tunneler plus something else, right? I mean, it might be the Mites, but I suspect it's the Tunneler plus the Chomper. Okay. I actually think that card is that. I mean, it's a tough fight, but it's fine. Okay, whatever. Nerfed Living Fog no longer increases the amount of bombs it spawns over time. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I do feel like Living Fog, since it got nerfed, it's not that bad, but it does. I mean, I guess you could face it in the wrong situation and get the wrong draw and kind of get wrecked, which, I don't know, I guess that's fine. Nerfed Skulking Colony, HP decreased. Alright, sure. Nerfed Burdonus, HP decreased. Actually, I like the change on Burdonus. Burdonus is a fight that quickly scales. A lot of the scaling in this game is really slow, but Burdonus ramps up into some serious hurt pretty quickly, right? If you face the multi-attack on the second cycle through, it's already like pretty serious. And I feel like Burdonus being a opposite compared to the statue for like what it asks of your deck is a good thing. So making its HP lower so that you can like burst it down, I think is actually pretty good. I like that. I think nerfing Burdonus is good. Actually, I feel like Burdonus is one of the spookier elites. So, cool. Nerfed Doormaker. Overall damage numbers nerfed and moves moved around to better align with the Doormaker powers. Moves moved around. What does that mean? No longer applies debuffs, gains less strength. So no longer applies debuffs, like the thing where it would suck your stats. They must have reordered his moves. I wonder what the new order is then. Okay. I guess they don't say, but we'll have to just experience it. Doormaker maintains his troublesome powers, but gets several changes to make the fight more manageable and feel less oppressive. Additionally, I've started focusing on removing some of the spikiness from Act 1, with a long-term plan to shift some of the difficulty from Act 1 to Act 3. The Skulking Colony changes hopefully the last for a while. Yeah, right. As the minor HP adjustment allows killing it 1 turn earlier at Ascension 8. Oh, I suppose. Like, if you're doing 15 damage every single round? Okay, I mean, technically true. Hot take, I don't think Act 1 is that bad. Yeah, I agree. I don't think Act 1 is that bad. I think Act 1 is actually pretty well tuned. Like, I feel like, I don't know, Act 1 is not only pretty well tuned, but I feel like maybe it's just a matter of experience and the fact that I'm more mentally online for it, and, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm bad at building decks for long term, but I feel like I'm at the point where I'm taking relatively aggressive paths in Act 1 relatively frequently and making it out just fine. And usually my problems are the late act hallway fights in Act 2 and just the boss gauntlet in Act 3 are probably the biggest killers. The Insatiable is also a big killer in Act 2 as far as Act 2 bosses go. Insatiable feels like the most difficult of the Act 2 bosses for the most part. Kaiser Crab's probably the easiest. Knowledge Demon somewhere in the middle. I think it's more that the other acts are too easy. I just don't feel that way. I feel like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't feel accurate to me. Yeah, most of my losses are in 2 and 3 as well. I don't think they plan on adding more ascensions. There was an interview that I think Casey gave with PC Gamer that I watched, and he said they don't want to add more ascensions because they don't want to feel like... Oh, I don't remember his exact rationale, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I don't know that they plan on adding more ascensions. Alright, and we'll get to be surprised with new art, new user interface, new writing. Seems good. Yeah, I like the Act 1 asks you to take good early cards. Yeah. I mean, I feel like Act 1 should be difficult, and it should be difficult in a way where you can, with careful and good play, get more out of it to improve your odds for winning the rest of the run. I don't know, like... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of how it is, but I was just thinking, like, how many elites am I fighting in Act 1 versus later acts? I don't know. I like the prospect of Act 1 being difficult, though. Anyway, all right. Well, I think that's where I'm going to call it for the evening. It's late enough. I think this is a good stopping spot. I don't want to be up too late. I'm like, you know, being responsible and stuff. You know, I'm responsible. So, you're getting old? Yeah. Well, I've been old, but I am getting older. In fact, every single day, I am older than I was yesterday. Go to bed, Grandpa? Will do. All right, and so I'll be back tomorrow for more Slay the Spire. I might put a pause on the slow play and play the normal medium pace tomorrow because I want to sort of experience the changes of the beta patch. Fast play Friday, maybe. We'll see. And so that's what I'm going to call it. Make it a good one. Ta-ta.